To help us kick off our AGM this morning, please help me welcome Dr. Patrick Layton and Tamara Ryder to the podium.
Thank you, Veronica, and thank you everyone for joining today and hearing about the progress and the activities of the network so far this year. I would like to begin by sharing a territorial acknowledgement. Just bear with me. Hopefully you can all see my screen now. So as I mentioned, my name is Tamara Ryder. Thank you, Veronica, for that warm welcome. And I'll begin with the territorial acknowledgement. I'm located now in the area called Ottawa, which is the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. If you've been to this place, you know how important the Ottawa River is to our geography. I live very close to the area, this waterfall, where the Rideau River flows into the Ottawa River. And when I'm out walking along, I'm reminded of the Anishinaabe people, who are the traditional keepers of this local.
Tamara, you're on mute.
Sorry, hopefully not muted now. I'm reminded that the Anishinaabe people are the traditional keepers of the local watershed, and I'm grateful to them. I encourage you to similarly reflect on the land on which you live. So we're lucky to have participants here from many beautiful places, and I encourage you to share where you're located in the chat and any territorial acknowledgements that you wish to share. So you might be saying, that's a nice photo, Tamara, but you know, talk is cheap. And as a personal act of reconciliation today, and each time I have this opportunity to make a land acknowledgement, I've made a donation to a local Indigenous Women's Support Center here in Ottawa. It's called Minwashin Lodge. It provides a range of services and programs to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis women and children who are survivors of domestic and other forms of violence. They may also be suffering the effects of residential school system intergenerationally. I believe that these small actions by individuals can have a big impact on problems. And as some of you on the call know today, I'm the volunteer co-chair of the Patient and Community Advisory Committee for the Canadian Lyme Disease Research Network, and also with Pillar 4. I myself was involved and diagnosed actually with Lyme disease in 2017 after a tick bite near Westport, Ontario. I was very fortunate to receive excellent care at the Ottawa Hospital, and my major symptoms resolved in a couple of months. But in being involved with Clydern, I've learned that not everyone shares this experience, and that's what motivates me to be involved in the network. And Clydern is full of individuals who take personal action and to support research in all aspects of disease. And today you'll hear about their work, their progress, their activities over the last few years, or the last year, I should say, and plans for the future. And so with that, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Patrick Layton, who's our director of the Canadian Lyme Disease Research Network, who will have some remarks of his own, present the scientific program, and introduce our plenary speaker. Patrick?
Thanks, Tamara, for that really great start to our day today, and welcome everybody. I'm located in Mont-Saint-Hilaire, Quebec, in the Abenaki territory, and it's a beautiful location. And I see other people are already starting to share their locations and land acknowledgements, so thank you for that. So I'd just like to follow up on those opening remarks by sort of positioning us in the current conditions of climate change that you're all aware of, but also the action that Canada is taking on that and the world is taking on that right now. As most of you are aware, COP27 is kicking off in Egypt next week. At about the same time as Canada prepares to launch its own national adaptation strategy. So within that context, I think we need to think about our role as a research network focused on tick-borne diseases in this broader picture. So there's a clear need for these structures whose goal is to generate knowledge, build capacity, and inform policy, hopefully, on these climate-sensitive infectious diseases. And as a national research network on Lyme disease, which in this case is really the most important emerging tick-borne disease in Canada, I think we have a really clear role to play in supporting this climate adaptation strategy. But as you also are all aware, Lyme disease isn't alone. We have a number of other emerging tick-borne diseases, anaplasmosis being a most recent arrival, and others such as babesiosis being on the horizon in Canada, and other emerging tick vectors that we need to be paying attention to. And so I think it's timely that the network is also in a process of transformation, broadening its scope to look at some of these other tick-borne diseases, and we're going to hear more about that later today. So with that, I'd just like to give you a quick view of where we're going today. You've all received the program. But just quickly, so this morning, we're going to start out by a presentation by Dr. Lars Eisen from the US CDC, who's joined us this morning. Welcome, Lars. I'll introduce you in a second. And then we're going to get into what I'm really happy about this year, which is that we have a whole bunch of research results and ongoing research projects that have come out of the network over the past years and are kind of coming to maturity to present to you today. So a number of student trainee presentations, 2 blocks, the first one this morning that you can see here. And then we'll have a lunch break, and then a second block in the afternoon from 2 to 2:45. But before that, we're going to have a really interesting panel discussion looking at how we can get to better research outcomes, from better research outcomes to, from research to better outcomes, and then talking about how we can mobilize patient knowledge and experience with a really great panel. So we've got a full day, and we're going to finish it with the executive and pillar committee updates, sort of our traditional AGM condensed into a 1 hour and 15-minute chunk, where we're going to do a very quick horizon scan for what's been happening in the network over the past year and looking forward to the future. Right, so with that, I think it's really relevant to have a look to the south of our border, where the US has been doing all kinds of wonderful work in this area, and with great leadership from the CDC and other American colleagues. In particular, some of these emerging tick-borne diseases are well established in the US, and I think we have a lot to learn from the progress and the path that has been taken in the United States, and about where we may be headed in the near future in Canada. So with that, I'd just like to introduce Dr. Lars Eisen, who's a research entomologist at the Division of Vector-Borne Diseases at the US CDC. He received his PhD in entomology from Uppsala University, and then was a postdoc at the University of California, Berkeley, and an assistant associate professor at the Colorado State University before moving to CDC in 2014. Dr. Eisen's main focus is the control of blackleg tick and its associated human pathogens, which I think you'll all agree is extremely relevant to everything we're doing here. So Lars, I'm very pleased to welcome you to the podium, and very interested to hear what you have to present to us today. Please join me in welcoming.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Veronica. And yeah, I really appreciate the invitation, the chance to participate here today. And I'll see if I can manage to get my screen sharing working here. Let's see. So now I hope you guys can see my screen appropriately. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and hopefully my internet connection will hold up here. So if it starts getting wobbly, just let me know, and I'll scramble over to the phone. So I'll talk today about prevention of tick bites and tick-borne infections, and some of the sometimes harsh lessons we have learned in the U.S. So over the last 100 or so years, there's been a growing number of tick-borne agents recognized to cause human disease in the U.S., starting in the early 1900s with Rocky Mountain spotted fever. And as you can see here from the colors, in the first half of the 1900s, most of these diseases were associated with either dermacenous ticks or soft ticks, Ornithodoros. As we went into the latter part of the 1900s, and the early 2000s, we've seen an increasing number of tick-borne diseases being recognized. And then we've also seen a shift towards diseases associated with Ixodes ticks and amblyomma ticks. And I'll get into the details for some of these in the next slides. So we have an unfortunate trend of increasing tick-borne disease cases, reported cases in the US, although going back all the way to the 1980s, but it's been continuing over the last 2 decades. And as you can see here to the right, most of these cases are Lyme disease cases, but we also have in the thousands of anaplasmosis or ehrlichiosis cases, spotted fever group, rickettsiosis, and babesiosis cases. We still have some tularemia cases. We also have Powassan virus associated cases, and then we have other diseases that are still not reportable at a national scale. So it's clearly this is a trend that's not going in the right direction, and we would like to try to turn this around. And in addition, or I could say part of the reason for the increase in cases is the expansion of tick vectors and disease occurrence. So this is just a snapshot from 2003 to the left and 2019 to the right, and you can see that these foci here in the Northeast and Upper Midwest in 2003 are expanding, and we're seeing more cases going out from those foci in generally all directions, except into the Atlantic Ocean. So we have this expansion of ticks, expansion of Lyme disease cases geographically. And just wanted to introduce you to some of the main culprits in the US. From left to right, we have the black-legged tick, Ixodes scapularis, the Lone Star tick, Amblyomma variabilis, which has had a kind of Western isolated population that recently was renamed as a separate species. Dermacentor similis is the proposed name. And you can see here for the black-legged tick, obviously going along, and it's almost up to Maine. And the American dog tick, of course, so collectively these 3 tick species, they have broad range distributions in the eastern US. They are commonly biting humans, and they're associated with a wide range of pathogens and also associated with other medical issues. So for the black-legged tick, of course, we have anaplasmosis. We have 2 agents of Lyme disease in the US, Borrelia burgdorferi, specifically for Mayonnaise. We have Borrelia miyamotoi. We have an Ehrlichia, very rarely causing human disease. We have, of course, Babesia microti causing babesiosis, and we have Powassan virus. The Lone Star tick, we have agents of ehrlichiosis, tularemia, a couple of newly recognized viruses, Heartland virus and Bourbon virus causing human disease. And we also have association with the bites of Lone Star ticks and alpha-gal syndrome or red meat allergy as very much an increasing problem particularly in the Southeast. The American dog tick, tularemia, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and bites can also cause tick paralysis. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of other commonly human biting ticks associated with disease agents. Ixodes pacificus in the far west, again, going all the way up into Canada. Lyme disease, relapsing fever, anaplasmosis. The Rocky Mountain wood tick, again, going into Canada. Tularemia, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, Colorado tick fever virus, and also tick paralysis. And then we have the Gulf Coast tick that I think you guys don't need to worry about just yet, transmitting Rickettsia parkeri causing a type of spotted fever group rickettsiosis. And of course, we have the brown dog tick, which is a vector of the Rocky Mountain spotted fever agent with most of the human cases in the southwest of the US. So that's 7 tick species that commonly bite people and also are associated with disease. And then, of course, we have the recent arrival of the Asian longhorn tick, Hemophysalis longicornis, which was has a native range in Asia, also occurs in New Zealand and some islands in the Pacific. It was first discovered on a sheep in New Jersey in 2017, set off a lot of surveillance activities, and it has been documented retrospectively going back farther, all the way to 2010 probably. But since that single sheep in New Jersey in 2017, it's been collected from 17 eastern states by now, in almost 200 counties, and you can see the distribution here going all the way up into Connecticut and central New York. And it's clearly spreading, and this is a tick that very likely will continue to spread up the coast and eventually make its way into southeastern Canada. And we're not clear about the vector potential for this tick. There's been experimental studies showing it's a vector of some agents, it seems, not others, but there's been very few detections of native pathogens in this tick so far. And based on our own informal experiments in the laboratory, it's not terribly interested in crawling on human skin. It tends to drop off fairly easily compared to our other native ticks that really are common human biters. So we'll see how it plays out with this tick. It's definitely a veterinary problem. It is transmitting already a Theileria species to cattle in the southeastern US. And this is just to give you an idea of what we know based on published data. I wrote a review paper that was published a couple of months ago on tick species infesting humans in the US, and essentially looked at the total number of specimens that were recorded to infest humans in the US based on published literature. And you can see here the black-legged tick, the Lone Star tick, the American dog tick lead the charge with about 90% of all human bites that have been reported in the literature being associated with these ticks. But we have a whole bunch of the ones I showed you on the maps before, together with Ixodes cooki here and Dermacentor albopictus, as also biting humans fairly regularly. And then we have a large number of species that occasionally bite people. But I wanted to just kind of give you an idea here in terms of this whole list based on the Handbook to the Ticks of Canada, which ticks are already established in Canada. So you can see that most of the top human biting ticks in the US are also established in Canada. And I think the Lone Star tick it's just a matter of time. The Gulf Coast tick, that might be a matter of quite a bit of time if that tick makes it that far north. But Dermacentor occidentalis occurs in the Pacific Northwest and maybe not be too far from the Canadian border. And then we have a mix of other species here. But you can see there's a fair number of human biting tick species that are already in Canada. And I just wanted to give you an idea of one of the places in the US that I think is the most unfortunate in terms of tick-borne diseases and human biting ticks in the mid-Atlantic section, going from Virginia up to New Jersey, Pennsylvania, where we have the American dog tick, the Lone Star tick, the Gulf Coast tick, and the black-legged tick. And we have a wide range of diseases. We have red meat allergy, we have tick paralysis. So this particular part of the US really have a massive and growing problem with tick-borne diseases. And of course, we hope the Lyme disease vaccine will take a big chunk out of Lyme disease. Hopefully, we hope it will be coming on the market in maybe looking at a 3-4 year horizon. But even with that vaccine, we have a massive amount of problems remaining. So switching from background here to methods to prevent tick bites and tick-borne infections. So this is just an overview slide. I'll get back to details later. But first, things in black are things that are already available to people to use. Things in red are things we hope will be coming. So on the left, first, we have the basic human personal protection measures. Avoid tick habitat, often not possible. Do regular tick checks to remove ticks before they bite. Showering after coming in is recommended to help detect ticks and get them off. Prompt tick removal is important because some pathogens have a bit of a grace period before they're transmitted. So the faster you can spot them and remove them, the better your chances of pathogens not being transmitted from an infected tick. And of course, we have repellents that you can use on both skin and clothing. There are synthetic repellents and natural product repellents, and the Environmental Protection Agency has registered a number of these for use. We also have permethrin treated clothing. Both you can spray permethrin yourself on clothing, or you can buy pre-treated clothing. And what we hope to see in the future are Lyme disease vaccines, probably within 3 to 4 years, based on the current leading candidate being in phase 2 trials, entering phase 3 trials. Antibody prophylaxis is another thing on the horizon, and there's a bit of a holy grail of maybe on the far horizon, an anti-tick vaccine that would be broadly transmission blocking by disrupting the tick bite before pathogens can be transmitted. So, but if we move to other things people can do, and particularly on residential properties, making it less suitable, less hospitable for the ticks. Hardscaping on xeriscaping to reduce the tick habitats, doing things like keeping grass short, removing leaf litter and brush to keep the environment kind of dry, to hopefully to desiccate the ticks as they're trying to find a host. Don't use things that attracts rodents or deer to cut down on the hosts, tick hosts moving on residential properties. And then we are moving into the specific tick killing activities where we can kill host-seeking questing ticks using, for example, sprays of synthetic chemicals. There's also natural products on the market, and there's a fungal control agent also on the market in the US. We can also try to address the ticks by targeting the rodents, and what's on the market right now is a couple of products where rodents self-apply a topical acaricide, either permethrin via cotton as nesting material or fipronil while they're running through a bait box to get to a food bait. And those I will be touching on later. We hope to see other things emerging in the future. Oral acaricides are being looked at and developed as an alternative to a topical acaricide. There's an oral Lyme disease vaccine being developed by US Biologics, which is, we think, very close to getting USDA approval for commercial use. So that probably will come on the market in the next year or so. And there's also been some work on an oral antibiotic, which really does a nice job knocking down both Borrelia burgdorferi and Anaplasma phagocytophilum in the mouse population. But of course, there are issues with spreading antibiotics in people's backyards for rodents to eat in terms of antimicrobial resistance. But there's some work on specific antibiotics that are more narrowly targeting spirochetes at this point that may go somewhere. And deer, of course, deer are tremendously important reproductive hosts for the black-legged tick and also for the Lone Star tick. So deer fencing is an option to keep deer out of residential properties, to prevent them basically from dropping fed females laying thousands of eggs. Deer reduction has been tried specifically mostly on islands, isolated islands, because you need to get the populations down to very low levels to have a strong impact on tick populations and pathogen transmission. There's a product called 4 posters for topical acaricide where deer go to a feeding station, they eat deer and they eat corn, sorry. And while they're eating the corn, they get treated topically with permethrin. And for deer, we also hope to see an oral acaricide in the future and potentially an anti-tick vaccine. So those are all things being worked at. So there's a lot here, a lot of things that can be done. And one thing I just want to throw in a couple of slides before I talk about the evidence base. So thinking about the spatial extent of protection, for human vaccines and repellents, we have a global protection. Essentially, if you're wearing a repellent, it doesn't matter where you go, you're wearing a repellent, and a vaccine, same thing. If we want to look at community-wide control, we really need to be thinking about deer-targeted approaches as a component of that. But if we go to a single backyard, as you can see here, then we have a variety of methods we can use. We can use landscaping, fencing, vegetation management, caricides, rodent-targeted control. So it's important to understand what you're trying to accomplish and what the spatial scale is. And this is just a very quick, I'm not going to go through this, but you also need to know what tick species you are. For example, Amblyomma americanum, the Lone Star tick, does not feed readily on rodents in any life stage. So rodent-targeted methods will not help against the Lone Star tick. And similarly, for the American dog tick, deer-targeted methods will not be useful because this tick is not really feeding on deer. So you need to know your ticks, and if you have multiple tick species you have to control at the same time, you really need to think about which methods are appropriate based on their host choices. And then we come to the issue of who is responsible for actually doing something about this. So we have public health agencies trying to push out money. For example, the CDC is funding tick surveillance to states in the United States, and we're trying to fund research on improved tick bite prevention and tick control methods. And of course, in collaboration with researchers from the academic institutions in the US. We have the pest management industry. So we have pest management professionals that do tick control contracted by homeowners. And we also have pesticide companies that we would like to see a stronger involvement by in terms of development of novel pesticides. And I'll get back to that a little bit later. But then we also have the public. Individuals are responsible at this point for tick control on their own residential properties. And we can also think about the public coming together at community levels to try to do something about ticks in their local area. And I'm not quite clear how things work in Canada. Hopefully I'll learn something today, but in the US, there is a large mosquito management workforce. We have hundreds of publicly funded local mosquito control programs. And, and we also have the American Mosquito Control Association with more than 1,500 members. So we have a very strong public health infrastructure for mosquito control. And we have strong links to both research and the pesticide industry in terms of developing new products. And then the local mosquito control programs can help test them out and help optimize them for use. When we go to the tick side, we see something very different. And you can just look at the bolded text here, but the National Association of Canyon City Health Officials did a survey a couple of years ago, and 21% of respondents reported doing tick surveillance. Only 3% reported any type of tick control activity. So public health related organized tick control is very rare in the US. And we are very short on resources. This is Kirby Stafford's Tick Management Handbook with the last edition from 2007. And that is really the best guide we have in the US for tick management at this point. And then we have the homeowners who are faced with a variety of methods that are presented in both in Kirby's book and on websites as essentially a menu of options. But I know it's very difficult for an individual homeowner to look at their property and figure out what is the best thing to do. What can I afford to do? What am I willing to do? And often they will end up either figuring out themselves, or if they get advice, often that will be from a pest control company. And I don't think that's necessarily always the best place to go for objective advice. So we have a really big problem here in terms of who's doing tick control in the US and what we could do about it. So from there, I'm gonna go into the second half, I should say, of my talk about the evidence for impact on tick bites and tick-borne infections from the published literature. So I'll start by personal protection measures, what is currently available, and then I'll look at environmental tick pathogen control measures. And first, personal protection methods. To the left here, we have the methods you can use. So non-treated protective clothing, all the things like wearing long pants, tucking the pant legs into your socks, wearing a long sleeved shirt. We have skin clothing repellents, DEET, one example. Permethrin treated clothing, doing tick checks after coming inside, and hopefully also while being outside. Showering, bathing after coming inside. These are all things that have been published on. And I have in the middle here evidence for protection against tick bites, specifically dealing with the black-legged tick and the lone star tick. And you can see here for non-treated protective clothing and tick checks after coming inside, we don't even have published evaluations of how well these methods protect against tick bites. For skin clothing repellent, there's a fair amount of evidence for use on uniforms from published studies, but we don't have a single study, prospective study looking at the effect of skin clothing repellents on humans for summer weight clothing. And that's a real problem, because that's really what we're most interested in. There is one study from Europe looking at this, showing some decent results, but we don't even have a good study from the US to support the use of repellents to reduce tick bites. Permethrin treated clothing, again, there's a lot of data for military uniforms and also for forestry worker uniforms that permethrin treated clothing is great for reducing tick bites. But we only have one semi-field experimental study for summer weight clothing, also showing a good impact, but again, pretty weak evidence here across the board. Showering, bathing after coming inside, there's some evidence from a single study where people who took a shower or bathed after came inside were more likely to find a tick on themselves the day they did that. And that's pretty obvious. You take your clothes off and you see some parts of your body while you were showering, so you increase your likelihood of finding a tick. There's more evidence for protection against tick-borne infections, and this is typically based on case control studies or cross-sectional studies. So it's retrospective studies, often based on fairly broad surveys. But what we see here for non-treated protective clothing, skin clothing repellent, and tick checks, we have more than 10 published studies to look at. And for all these, the results are mixed. Some studies show a protective effect against tick-borne infections, other studies do not. And I think there's the devil's really in the details here, because many of these studies have, the questions are fairly broad, and I'll get back to that in the next slide, that we're lacking detail to understand why some studies worked and some others didn't. Showering, bathing after coming inside, again, 3 studies, but still mixed outcomes. Permethrin treated clothing was only looked at in 1 study, and there was very few people in that study actually wearing permethrin treated clothing, so it was not adequately powered to look at protection, really. So what do we make of all this? And I would say that I try to be an optimist about this. So the fact that we have mixed results for impact of personal protection measures, I think it supports their use. The problem that I see is that we don't have enough details in the published literature for how they need to be used to be protective. Oftentimes questions would be in the sense of, did you use repellent? And often there is no information in the, there's no information in the questions about how frequently you used repellents when you were in tick habitat. Was it every time, or was it only once in a while? Or what parts of the body were protected when you used the repellent, which is important based on where ticks might be landing on you and getting to a bite site. Or same thing with tick checks. How often were tick checks done? What parts of the body did you look at? Those types of details are very much lacking from the current literature base, and it really needs to be sorted out, because I think clearly the more you use these methods and the more thoroughly you use them, the greater the protection would be. So we really need to have a better understanding so we can message how these methods should be used to be most protective. There's also no data from the literature of what happens when someone uses 2 or more complementary measures. For example, you put skin repellents on before you go outside, and then you conduct a tick check when you come back home. The current evidence base hasn't looked at that. It has only looked at individual methods. So I think there's a fair amount to do in terms of improving our knowledge and being able to provide better guidance. And if we go to tick control, we have a variety of methods here on the left. Vegetation management, we can spray, broadcast synthetic acaricide, natural acaricide, fungal acaricide. We can use rodent-targeted acaricide, topically applied, deer fencing, deer reduction, deer-targeted acaricide. And there's also been a study on an integrated approach, combining fungal acaricide with rodent-targeted acaricide. So you can see here in this second column, evidence for reduction of host-seeking ticks. There's been a lot of studies looking at how these methods impact the abundance of host-seeking ticks, and there is evidence for reduction for all of these methods. In some cases, it's fairly weak, especially for vegetation management, not a lot of studies. Really strong evidence for synthetic acaricide sprayed in the environment. And rodent-targeted acaricide is kind of interesting. There's evidence, but it's all over the place across studies. Some studies show a strong impact, others do not. And deer, we have pretty good evidence for impact. So how does that translate? How does that impact on host-seeking ticks translate to human tick bites? And these are all data for the black-legged tick. And I should say here, if you look at impact on host-seeking ticks, you can do fairly small and inexpensive studies. When you move to human tick bites and tick-borne infection, you essentially move to much larger studies to get adequate power and much, much more expensive studies. So we have few studies in this category, and we have many of the methods have not been evaluated at all. Vegetation management, natural acaricide, deer fencing, deer reduction, deer-targeted acaricide. We don't even have an evaluation to show impact on human tick bites. Broadcast of synthetic acaricide, I'll get back to this. We had one study not showing protection. Broadcast of fungal acaricide, same thing, one study not showing protection. Rodent-targeted acaricide, we have 2 studies at this point, none of them showing protection against human tick bites. And the combination of fungal acaricide broadcast and rodent-targeted acaricide, I'll get back to that one. No protection. So this disconnect is at this point very disturbing, and we're trying to understand how to bridge this gap and what we can do about it. And the results for tick-borne infections are very much similar for the studies that have been done. When there was no impact on human tick bites, there was also no impact on human tick-borne infections. The only glimmer of positivity in this is small-scale studies on deer reduction on islands off the coast of Massachusetts and Maine, showing some studies indicating protection against tick-borne infections and likely density dependent. You really need to get the deer populations down to extremely low levels to see a strong impact. Deer targeted acaricide has been associated with reduced tick-borne infection, Lyme disease in one case, but not a well-powered study, so the evidence must be considered weak. So we have we go from a mixed picture for personal protection measures to a really negative picture here in terms of impact of tick control. So I think to conclude, strong evidence is really lacking for any environmental approach to control Ixodes scapularis and Borrelia burgdorferi. That those measures result in reduced human tick bites or tick-borne infections, and we really need to figure out why that is the case and how to move forward. So I'm going to talk about 3 recent large-scale studies where they essentially failed to have the desired impact, and talk a little bit about how maybe things could have been slightly different in terms of the implementation, and if that may have had a public health impact. And this is very tricky because these studies are big, they're expensive, and you have to settle on a strategy. And then you might be ending up saying, well, if we had done it a little bit differently, it could have worked, but then you're looking at another very large and expensive study. So this is the first study published in 2016, CDC-led study, effectiveness of residential acaricides to prevent Lyme and other tick-borne diseases in humans. So there was this was based on spraying an acaricide at the ecotone of the lawn and wooded portion of residential properties. So we had treated properties and control properties. There was about a 60% reduction in the treatment zone on the sprayed properties in terms of Ixodes scapularis NEMS, but there was no impact on human tick bites or tick-borne infection. And one issue here is that the spraying was restricted to a narrow strip of the property at the ecotone, and that there may have been plenty of ticks in other portions of the property that was not treated. So that was kind of the rationale for the ecotone spraying was of course to reduce pesticide use, but it left the question of if the whole property had been treated, would that have been protected? Another large-scale study was using a rodent-targeted topical acaricide approach. And that study, unfortunately, did not even see a strong impact on host-seeking ticks. So it essentially failed in the first step of reducing the density of host-seeking Ixodes scapularis NEMS on the treated property. So of course, you're not seeing any impact on either human tick bites or human disease cases. And the third study you may be familiar with is the study by Rick Ostfeld and Felicia Keesing that was done. I'm going to get to that study in the next slide. So this is the largest and most ambitious and also most costly study. The study was, to my understanding, costing in the range of $8 million to conduct. And it was done in residential neighborhoods in New York State. So this is just a quick picture of how the study was done. So it was a study that had MET52 fungal spray and select TCS acaricide bait boxes. So you can see them here where the mouse goes into the box, moves towards the food bait, and while doing so is treated with fipronil by rubbing up against a wick that's in the path to the food. So some neighborhoods had placebo everything, control neighborhoods, 6 neighborhoods. 6 neighborhoods had only the fungal spray. 6 neighborhoods had only the TCS bait boxes, and 6 neighborhoods had both interventions. So we had the interventions looked at singly and in combination. And the results were I would say, very, very disappointing and quite depressing. So looking first at host-seeking nymphs, they were sampled on forest lawn and in shrub garden areas. And of course, we have the most ticks in the forested portion. So that's where you're seeing most likely to see an effect. So for host-seeking nymphs, you see the control here in orange, and you see the bait boxes showed a reduction, and this is actually a statistically significant reduction for the bait boxes. And we're seeing some reduction as well for the fungal spray. It was not a statistically significant reduction, but you can see we're still having, we're maybe getting to half. We have a 50% reduction, which means that we still have a lot of host-seeking nymphs moving along on the treated properties. And we can see here, they also were able to look at the impact on mouse populations. And again, we have a significant reduction for the acaricide treatment via bait boxes on Peromyscus mice. But again, we're not nowhere near to zero. We have about a 50% reduction, but there's still a lot of ticks on those mice. And fungal spray did not have much of an impact at all. So in these cases, the combination doesn't do all that much because the MET52 isn't doing much on its own. And there was no statistical significance for the bait boxes for chipmunks, so they were apparently not as keen on using these bait boxes. So what we landed with in the end here, going from impacts on host-seeking ticks and ticks on rodents to human outcomes, there was no significant reduction for either human encounters with ticks or self-reported human disease cases. So in the end, there was no evidence for this intervention to result in reduced human tick bites or human infection. I'd say very, very disappointing and frustrating to see. So I think taking all that into account, and I'm going into my last 2 or 3 slides here, we have an awful lot still to do in the US to help reduce human tick bites and tick-borne infections. We really need to better understand what the existing approaches achieve and how results from studies only looking at host-seeking ticks can relate to human biting ticks and tick-borne disease. So we really need to go back and look at each of the individual methods and do studies to optimize their use. And I think there are ways we can do that in terms of when control methods are applied, the spatial scale they're applied at. So there's a number of things we can do in terms of tweaking the way they're applied to hopefully become more effective. But I think it's a big ask to go from there to having a strong impact on human tick bites and human disease based solely on the existing approaches. So we are pushing pretty hard to develop new clever approaches, both for personal protection and for tick control, to help complement what we have right now with hopefully new methodologies. And as kind of noted before, we have an extremely weak local public health infrastructure to support the public in tick bite prevention and tick control efforts. And there are rumblings here and there for how to do that. But then we also come into this weak evidence base for impact based on what we have available right now. So it's a large uphill battle that we're fighting right now. And just wanted to, as a last bit here, give you a bit of an idea for what CDC has been doing in the last 5 to 10 years to help this along. So we have been funding a number of contracts or cooperative agreements focused on a wide range of topics. So we have one looking at right now the feasibility of publicly funded tick management programs in New Jersey, essentially asking mosquito control programs and public local health departments if this is something they could take on and what it would require for them to take it on in terms of funding, but because very clearly they're not going to do it without extra funding. That's not possible. And we're also trying to cost out what it would cost. And I think the early results are that it would cost quite a bit to put up these kinds of tick management programs, and perhaps more than people are willing to pay for them. We have some studies going on personal repellents, including one on Nucotone, a natural product from Alaska yellow cedar and grapefruit citrus, which now can be synthesized in a yeast fermentation process to get the cost down. But it's an interesting compound. It has both a repellent effect and it also has a toxic effect on the tick. So it could potentially repel ticks that are coming towards you or landing on you as they're grasping onto you from vegetation. But it also is something that we hope possibly could help in terms of killing a tick you didn't even know you had. We have about half or more of Lyme disease patients in the US were not aware of a tick bite, so they didn't know the tick was there. So we're thinking about personal products that could be applied, for example, a lotion after a shower that was safe for people but had a toxic effect for ticks. So even if you didn't know the tick was there, you put a lotion on and kill the tick. We're looking at landscaping vegetation management to fill that knowledge gaps. We have various studies on broadcast acaricides to see what time of year they need to be applied, how frequently they need to be reapplied, and in general, synthetic chemical acaricides kill ticks for 4 to 6 weeks at least. The natural products and the fungal acaricides probably will need to be reapplied every 2 weeks to keep a strong impact on the tick populations. We're looking at oral acaricides for rodents to hopefully make the delivery a little bit more effective than we see from the topical application. We are looking at deer fencing. Deer fencing studies that showed a strong effect were typically pretty large fenced properties. We don't have enough of a lot of information from typically smaller properties in the half acre to 2 acre range. So we're revisiting that. We are looking at oral acaricides for deer as an alternative to the topical acaricide that's currently on the market. And we have funded a work on anti-tick vaccine for deer to see if we could get something going that would disrupt the feeding or the oviposition of female ticks to essentially take out deer as a reproductive host. So those are some of the things we've done as individual contracts or cooperative agreements. We also have what is called the Centers of Excellence in Vector-Borne Diseases. And just as a back history, they were formed during the Zika outbreak back in 2016, where it became clear that there was a lack of entomology capacity, both in federal, state government, and in academic institutions to help fight the Zika epidemic, driven primarily in the US and Puerto Rico by Aedes aegypti mosquitoes. So there was a large initiative that went out in 2017 with 5 centers of excellence in vector-borne diseases, each funded at a $10 million level over 5 years. So there was a $50 million investment. And the first round of centers of excellence There was one in the Pacific Southwest, one in the Upper Midwest, one in Texas, one in Florida, and one in the Northeast at Cornell in New York. And those had a very broad mandate, and a lot of that first 5-year period was focused on surveillance, improving surveillance to give us a better idea of where mosquito and tick vectors can be found, and especially the mosquito vectors of Zika virus. And there was also a strong emphasis on training, both in terms of academic training and also training of pest control professionals. And of course, building communities, kind of similar to the network you have here, building local regional communities between academic institutions, public health control programs, and industry and state health partners. And this first round was finished in 2021, and we had a new call in 2021 with a very strong focus in the research component of the new round of the Centers of Excellence for tick control, specifically tick bite prevention and tick control, to really kickstart and get a lot of activity going in that field, which was not covered very well in the first round, focusing mostly on surveillance and ecology. So now we have a set of 4 Centers of Excellence in vector-borne diseases that we're just starting up. One in New England, with home base at the University of Massachusetts. We have one in the Upper Midwest at the University of Wisconsin. We have one in the Southeast at the University of Florida, and one in the Pacific Southwest at UC Davis as headquarters. So their primary research focus is on vector bite prevention and vector control, and we're just working with them right now to shape their portfolios for what they are about to do, and hopefully that will really get things kicking and moved into high gear. So that's where we are standing right now. And with that, I have my I have my usual caveat here that, you know, I work for CDC, but they don't take responsibility for what I'm saying here. So it's my thoughts. And I would like to thank you for the attention, and thank you again for inviting me to talk at this very interesting meeting. And I'll be happy to take questions if we have some time left here.
We do. Thank you for that wonderful presentation, and really a broad overview, but then actually getting down into some quite detailed insight on what works and what doesn't work, what's been tried in the US and what's ongoing, which I think is quite important as we think about what the gaps are in Canada and what we could be trying to do from our end to help push along research in this area. I can see there's a few questions in the chat, and I'll just encourage anyone who wants to ask a question to post it in the chat, and we'll try and pick that out here. But or you can raise your hand if you want to ask a question live, and we'll look for hands as well. Shane Renwick from CVMA asks, is there any evidence that treating pets, for example, dogs, with acaricides or repellents impacts tick bites on humans, as in pet owners?
I think there is some association. I should say, starting from the other end, there is, if I recall correctly, there are some studies indicating that having a pet is associated with increased risk of Lyme disease, but it's not clear from those studies whether it's because you're walking the dog or not. But I think reasonably what happens if you're treating your dog with an acaricide, you should kill. Those are typical. I guess it depends on what kind of acaricide too, but if you use an acaricide, you should be killing the tick on the dog. And that could be good in terms of, if you have a dog that has ticks walking on it, there's always a chance that the ticks get transferred to you when you're petting the dogs, or they fall off the dog and they get on a person. So if you have an acaricide that kills them on contact, it should be to some level protective, but there's no empirical evidence to show that. I would say using a repellent on a dog is not a good idea, because then the ticks will be repelled from the dog and may land on your kitchen floor. So an acaricide it's better in terms of killing the dog rather than making it leave the dog.
Great, thanks. And I suppose, for acaricides that work only once the tick is bitten, that, the effect you're describing earlier wouldn't be the same, but in that case, you're probably killing the ticks once they've bitten and perhaps being helpful in that sense. I saw a couple hands raised here. Go ahead, Cécile Anne-Zenslen from University of Montreal.
Thank you, Patrick. Hi, and thanks for the very interesting talk. I was wondering, so I've been working with our team on preventive measure at the individual level for a few years in Canada now, and in the recent years, so all the measures that are targeting the vegetation, for example, removing leaf litter or cutting the grass more regularly. So more recently in Canada, we've been challenged a bit in promoting these measures in the context of climate change adaptation and biodiversity protection. So I was wondering if this is something that you're facing as well in the US, and with, for example, municipalities promoting letting the grass being more freely like that. So I was wondering if you have anything to comment on that aspect, and how do you deal with that finally in the context of tick bite prevention?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think most of the push in the US has been towards residential properties and just keeping the lawn short as a way to help desiccate the ticks has been pushed for a long time over many decades, and seems to be fairly well taken up. There's not much going on in terms of mowing of trail sides and things like that may also potentially be helping. So I think we have both a pretty poor evidence base for how well these methods actually reduce host-eating ticks, and we have an equally poor understanding of people's willingness to use them. They are certainly recommended broadly, but in terms of surveys looking at what people are willing to do, that's typically been focusing on acaricide spraying and to some extent deer-targeted approaches. And when questions have been asked about are people willing to do vegetation management, it's been very, very broad questions, and typically with a lot of yes answers, but perhaps without really knowing what you are answering when you think about the details of it. So I think I would say it's equally a problem in the US.
Super, thanks for the question, Cécile. Next, we have Catherine Bouchard from the Public Health Agency of Canada. Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you, Patrick. Thanks, Lars Isen, for this presentation. It was great hearing from the update from US. My question was related to, I guess you mentioned the disconnect in terms of sort of providing evidence toward, a reduction in tick bite exposure or tick-borne disease acquisition. I wonder if that disconnect is actually because of not using human as a potential target, right? From what you presented, I can see that obviously some educational outreach is proposed with the individual protective measures. But do you know why the research hasn't explore the idea of maybe producing tools for humans to protect themselves, such as those acaricides? But obviously there are issues of safety. But nowadays with more safer acaricide, why pharmaceutical or research hasn't explored those idea? And I know it wouldn't be proper for every individual, but at least for the people who have occupational or really high level of exposure.
No, that's a great question, and I think it's kicking into gear. I think for a long time there were studies on tick control measures showing good impact on host-seeking ticks, and the assumption was that if you impacted the host-seeking ticks at some level, you would be seeing at least some impact on human tick bites. And now that we have multiple studies showing that to not be the case, we have to kind of go back and think about, well, could we do something differently in terms of how the tick control is applied to make it more effective and see an impact? And if that's not possible, then we really are left with what you were talking about, which is personal protection measures. And we have the existing ones that could be used more rigorously to have some impact. But then we have the Lyme disease vaccine, which will help with Lyme disease, but nothing else. We have work that's been pushing for a long time now on anti-tick vaccines. Errol Fickrig and others have been working on that for a couple of decades, but it's been slow going getting it from a potentially promising approach to something that would be taken up by industry and being tried to move forward as an actual control method. There are other things out there too. You mentioned, it's often noted that dogs are better protected than people in the U.S. There is a Lyme disease vaccine for dogs. There are oral acaricides for dogs, topical acaricides, and there's actually a company called Tarsus that have the idea of an oral acaricide for people, similar to what you would give a dog. And it's I can't remember, it's based on one of the isoxazolines, new acaricides that are in the oral dog formulation that's being looked at for impact on humans. So I think there are some drivers, but I think there was a notion for a long time that if you kill ticks in the environment, you would be protected. And now that the evidence is showing that it's not quite that simple, I think there will be a better push towards personal protection measures, both existing and developing new ones.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. I see we have another hand up. Here's Katie Clough from University of Guelph. Go ahead, Katie.
Hi. Actually, I think you mostly answered my question with the last response. I was just kind of curious, thinking about some of the different methods that were mentioned for host-seeking ticks, and thinking about, in Canada, how vast our wilderness is, even sort of surrounding environmental areas, and now seeing that the evidence maybe really doesn't support that. Is it at the point where it makes sense to continue research on sort of targeting host-seeking ticks in wildlife populations, or are we really at a turning point where we do need to switch gears as to where that prevention might be? Just thinking sort of about feasibility and, implementing things on a large scale that need to be done as tick populations continue to expand.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And I think, I'm not ready to quite give up yet. I think there are still some things we can do, but I think in terms of tick control, I think you really need to focus on residential properties. There's still some hope that we can get something done that really will help, and high use portions of public lands. But I mean, if you're looking at broad, vast landscapes and large recreational areas, I think you're really down to personal protection at the end of the day. So I think you really need to be thinking long and hard about where tick control would actually useful and worth the potential environmental damage relative to what it accomplishes.
I'd just like to follow up on that briefly. I mean, you mentioned the different scales at which you can intervene. And what I found interesting was that the community scale really boiled down to deer targeted approaches, if I recall from your slide. So not, you know, the individual property scale, there were a bunch of different things you could do. And then the studies that you presented, basically the only things that really worked with strong evidence were these deer, you know, massive deer targeted approaches on islands. I mean, I'm simplifying a little bit. Is it an issue that we're, you know, we just can't knock down the numbers of ticks to low enough levels to stop transmission unless we're basically breaking the reproductive cycle entirely by removing the reproductive host from the ecosystem? I mean, is it that much, you know, because if you reduce by 50%, you think you'd be making some kind of a difference, but it doesn't seem that that's enough of a difference in these cases. Although the acaricide targeting approaches for rodents in theory should be breaking the transmission cycle. So you could still have lots of ticks, but no transmission, but it doesn't seem to be translating into reduced number of human cases necessarily. So, I mean, is it that we just can't go far enough in these situations?
I think so. For the rodent targeted approaches, I think they're just not effective enough. And they're not targeting enough of the potential reservoir species. The Daminic stick tubes are pretty much just doing mice. The bait boxes should be doing mice and also chipmunks to some extent. But we also have birds. We have shrews in the environment producing a lot of infected ticks. So we're only targeting a portion of the actual reservoir populations based on what species use the tubes or boxes, and they're also not killing everything. It seems they're not being effective enough. And for deer, we have a host of different problems. We still don't understand the threshold, the density threshold for deer you need to get down to be able to break the reproductive cycle and really impact the tick populations. We know that it's we're pretty sure it's really low, and you might be talking about on mainland parts of the Northeast, you might be needing to take out 85-90% of the deer to get to the point where you're really having a big impact. And we have other issues there too, where that I would assume will have similar issues at some point if you don't have them already, where deer reduction at that level is often not acceptable, and it would be extremely hard to maintain in terms of keeping it down, for example, based on sharpshooting. We also have issues with aggregating deer because we have chronic wasting disease emerging and spreading through parts of the eastern United States. So anything where you need a food bait to aggregate the deer to treat them with an oral topical acaricide is going to be problematic from the standpoint that you don't want to aggregate the deer, and it's illegal to feed them in a number of states, including New York State. And we have issues with use of acaricides. For example, the 4-poster device has acaricide on rollers that are open and that humans can approach potentially and touch. So we have restrictions for where those devices can be placed. So there's a number of problematic issues. And on top of all that, the deer hunting season in the United States coincides with the peak activity of adult black-legged ticks. So if you're even trying to treat deer with acaricides, it's difficult to do during the deer hunting season without showing that you virtually have no acaricide accumulating in the muscle tissue of the deer. So there's rodents are hard. They're logistics of even if we had an extremely effective approach, we still need to be able to deliver it in a way that's feasible. So
Yeah, challenges at many levels. And I mean, it seems like the idea of combination approaches is still interesting and viable, even if the Ostfeld study failed to show that for 2 specific approaches. So perhaps we can get at some of these range of issues by looking at multiple approaches simultaneously. But yeah, plenty of challenges. So I think we're gonna have to close this now. I see there's a number of questions in the chat. I'm sorry we didn't get to everyone. We can forward these questions to Dr. Eisen, or if Lars, if you have a chance to have a look and maybe respond directly in the chat to some of those comments, if you have any quick answers as we move into the student session here. We'll keep the chat open.
Okay, and that works. I'll do that.
Great. Well, thank you so much for that presentation. That was really a great wealth of information and a great discussion. So very much appreciate you joining us today.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Eisen, Dr. Layton. Our moderators for our morning student and trainee presentations are Natasha Bowser and Dr. Katie Clow. I'm going to pass it over to Natasha and Dr. Clow to begin the speed oral presentations for our student and trainees.
Hi, thanks, Veronica, and thanks, Lars, for that presentation. Katie, do you want to start with the introduction?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. So like Veronica said, these are speed presentations. So Natasha and I are going to keep everybody on the ball moving through these. So we're thrilled to have 13 trainees present their research to us today. And these are 5-minute speed presentations. So we have 6 trainees scheduled for this morning and 7 trainees scheduled for this afternoon. They will be presenting their current stage of their research, including protocols, preliminary results, or final results. So we'll get to see a span of different stages of research. There's a prize. So one for the morning presentation and one for the afternoon presentation. And as participants listening to these presentations, we're asking you to vote to the trainee who you think most deserves the prize based on their presentation. There'll be a survey link provided at the end of each session with some prompts for you to consider when making your choice. The survey link for this morning sessions will be open until 1, which is the end of the lunch break. And then we'll follow up with details on this afternoon session. So it's a tight schedule, so we plan to leave questions until the end if there's time. So write your questions down and then we'll open it up to questions once all the trainees have presented. So our first presenter is Kiera Liblick. She's a medical student and master's student at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. As a member of the Emerging Leaders Group of the Inter-American Society for Cardiology, Kiera is helping delineate the impacts of infectious and neglected tropical diseases on cardiovascular health. She is a co-coordinator of the Neglected Tropical Diseases and Other Infectious Diseases Affecting the Heart project, called NET Heart Project. This project aims at developing accessible literature and recommendations for managing the cardiovascular implications of diseases that disproportionately impact underserved patient populations. She has received several recognitions for her work in cardiovascular health, including the 1989 École Polytechnique Commemorative Award, Have a Heart Bursary, Canadian Cardiovascular Congress, CIHR Bursary, McLaughlin Fellowship, and the Mac-Genison Foundation of Canada Studentship. So the title of her presentation is Lyme Disease in the Heart, the NET Heart Project. So please welcome Kiera to the podium.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to get my screen share together here. One moment, bear with me. Can you all see that okay?
Looks great.
Wonderful. Okay. So let me know when I can get started.
You can start.
So as you said, my name is Kiera Liblick. I'm a medical student at Queen's, and I'll be presenting to you on our Lyme disease and the heart project. So we know that cardiovascular disease is the #1 global cause of death. And we actually know that the majority of these deaths occur in rural and low income areas. Now, the large burden in these areas can't actually be fully explained by differences in population density or differences in traditional cardiovascular risk factors. And that's where we look to some of these diseases that are understudied in terms of their cardiology implications. And specifically, we really wanted to focus on both diseases that affect people all around the world and some that affect us mostly at home here in Canada, like Lyme disease. So the rural impact of Lyme disease is clear. There's been an over 300% increase in diagnosis in rural areas in the past 15 years in North America, as compared to only 65% in urban areas. There really is a lack of cardiac diagnosis and detection and awareness of the cardiac implications of Lyme disease. And we actually do see this cardiac dysfunction in up to 10% of cases. So, sorry, in up to 10% of cases. So we have developed this series of systematic reviews and a textbook that summarize the literature on cardiovascular involvement of diseases that disproportionately affect those with limited access to care. So what we see is that a lot of the guidelines about how to approach cardiovascular implications of any disease are really set towards a high resource setting and gold standard of care, but don't necessarily address barriers in communities where these things are most prevalent, like Lyme disease being very prevalent in rural communities, for example. So we have now completed the textbook and our reviews of the literature and have come up with recommendations. And I'll go over our Lyme disease recommendations today. Just a brief overview. So first is to screen for Lyme disease in patients with undiagnosed cardiac dysfunction. So typically we think of Lyme disease in the heart as affecting heart rhythm, but we actually see that it can even impact the heart muscle. So if we can't figure out why someone has cardiovascular disease, especially in an endemic area or someone who's traveled to one, doing that Lyme disease screening. Additionally, recognizing that electrocardiogram is a very accessible screening tool that should be considered in anyone with systemic symptoms of Lyme disease. It's non-invasive, it just tells us a bit about the heart rhythm. And even in people who come in with Lyme arthritis or neurological outcomes, they may actually not have symptoms of these ECG changes. And we know that those ECG changes can actually put patients at risk of sudden cardiac death. So it's important to do the screening and then to repeat it after the symptoms have resolved to make sure that their rhythm has returned to normal and see if we need to do any more intervention. And a big part of this also is just education. So that's just a little graphic of our textbook, but just healthcare provider and patient education as well. So some people who have traveled to an endemic region months ago with heart disease or heart symptoms may not know to think of mentioning Lyme disease to their providers, and also just making sure that providers are aware of this risk and that the presentation for it can really vary between rhythm changes all the way to heart muscle problems as well. So through the development of recommendations tailored to resource-limited settings, our project underscores the importance of accessibility and guideline development. And then also just in terms of Lyme disease, the importance of considering some of the silent systemic implications like heart rhythm abnormalities and how these can increase short-term risk of morbidity and mortality, but also we don't know the long-term implications of this. So we need to do more research in this area to better counsel patients who do have cardiovascular implications of Lyme disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. That was really great. And you were well under the 5 minutes. So thank you very much. So we're going to move straight on. As Katie said, we'll have questions at the end. So I'm going to introduce Rebecca Quilty. Perfect, I can see you there. So Rebecca is currently a third-year resident in pediatrics at the Memorial University of Newfoundland. She has an interest in pediatric rheumatology, and her research interests include Lyme arthritis and postgraduate medical education. And the title of her presentation is Validation of a Rapid Lyme Disease Test in Children with Lyme Arthritis and Non-Lyme Musculoskeletal Presentation in a Lyme Disease Endemic Region. Thanks, Rebecca.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me and see my slides? Perfect. Awesome. Then I'll just get started. So thank you so much for having me here today. Like you mentioned, I'm Rebecca Quilty. I'm a pediatrics resident from Memorial University. And I'm really excited to present some of the initial findings of our study that's titled Validation of a Rapid Lyme Disease Test in Children with Lyme Arthritis and Non-Lyme MSK Presentations in a Lyme Disease Endemic Region. So as a brief overview of my very short talk, I'll give a little bit of a context for the study, and then I'll talk about the methods and some of the initial results that we found. And then I'll just end by a couple of big takeaway points from the study so far. So in terms of context, as everyone here is aware, I'm sure, Lyme disease is very much a critical public health concern across the country, and it's endemic in a lot of provinces, including Nova Scotia. Lyme arthritis is a late manifestation of Lyme disease, and it actually occurs pretty commonly in children with Lyme disease. Lyme arthritis can present pretty non-specifically, and it can be difficult to differentiate Lyme arthritis from other causes of arthritis. Notably, Lyme arthritis can present similarly to septic arthritis, where the latter actually requires more invasive management, which can even include urgent surgical interventions and even hospital admission. To diagnose late Lyme disease, currently a two-step diagnostic method is used. This can take anywhere from days to weeks to get a result, which can make it a bit less useful in acute clinical settings when making treatment decisions for arthritis. So that led to the main objective of our study, which was to look at a new diagnostic test, the SOPHIA fluorescent immunoassay, and to see how well it performs to diagnose Lyme disease in a population of children presenting with musculoskeletal symptoms. And what's special about this test is that the SOPHIA immunoassay is pretty rapid, and you can get results in as quickly as 1 hour. And it, of course, works by measuring antibodies to Borrelia burgdorferi, one of the causative bacteria for Lyme disease. And why do we really care about this? Well, we think that if the SOPHIA immunoassay works well, then we're hoping that it would be a great option to quicken the diagnosis of Lyme arthritis, to really hasten treatment for Lyme arthritis, and also reduce unnecessary treatments or interventions for other causes of arthritis like septic arthritis. Moving into our methods, so what we've done is retrospectively, we've used stored blood samples that were tested for Lyme disease by the current gold standard testing method. And these samples were from children aged 1 to 16 years, and they previously underwent Lyme testing for a joint-related indication, so either joint pain, joint swelling, or joint stiffness. And then we reviewed the records that were associated with these samples for clinical, demographic, and laboratory data. And then we retested these samples using the SOPHIA immunoassay, and then subsequently compared the results we got with the SOPHIA assay to those that had been obtained through standard testing for late Lyme disease. And what we found so far, so in total, we used 106 samples that were collected retrospectively. In this group of samples, there were 2 groups. There were 51 patients with Lyme arthritis and 55 patients with non-Lyme arthritis. So in the figure on the left, that represents the group of patients with Lyme arthritis. We found that all 51 patients were IgG positive by the SOPHIA immunoassay, so 100% of them. And on the right, which is the non-Lyme group of patients, we found that 96.4% of these patients were negative by the SOPHIA IgG assay. So we had pretty good results in our test so far. And then leaving with a couple of takeaway points. So based on those results that I just showed, the SOPHIA IgG seems to perform pretty well, both to diagnose and to rule out Lyme disease in a population of children that presented with joint symptoms in a region with high rates of Lyme disease. And because of this, we think it has potential to be used as a rapid diagnostic test for Lyme arthritis. And its use could therefore facilitate early treatment for Lyme arthritis, as well as avoidance of unnecessary interventions. And I just wanted to show a brief acknowledgement from our other team members on the study. And that's the end. That's all I wanted to say for now.
Great, thank you, Rebecca.
Thanks.
Okay, so our next speaker is Damien Bourne. Damien got his undergraduate degree in biology from Queen's and is currently a master's student within the Colati Lab, which is also at Queen's University. His master's focused on studying tick morphology and population genetics, and he is currently finishing up this degree and will be starting a PhD within the same lab. And so the title of his presentation today is Morphometric Variation in Exoded Ticks at an expanding range edge.
Perfect, thank you. I'll just share my screen. Can everybody see that? Awesome. So hello, everybody. Today, I wanted to give a brief overview of what I've been doing for my master's thesis entitled Morphometric Variation in Exotid Ticks at an Expanding Range Edge. So I wanted to start by giving a brief overview of zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases are infectious diseases caused by a pathogen that has jumped from a non-human animal to a human. These diseases often require vectors for transmission, and an extremely important vector happens to be ticks, as we all know. So ticks are considered to be second worldwide to mosquitoes as vectors of human disease, but they are considered to be the most important vectors of disease-causing pathogens in domestic and wild animals. So some examples of tick-borne diseases include Rocky Mountain spotted fever, relapsing fever, Powassan virus, and the more well-known Lyme disease. So there are many species present within Eastern Ontario. The most well-known of these include the American dog tick and the black-legged deer tick, and species that are currently not observed in Eastern Ontario are migrating northward into Canada. Species of special concern include the Asian longhorn tick and the Lone Star tick. Each of these species contains unique microbiomes and behaviors, ultimately leading them to have different pathogens. However, a lack of morphological differences makes them extremely hard to identify. And it may be easy to identify differences at the genus level, such as those present within this diagram, but when you get down to the species level, it gets incredibly difficult, leading to the motivation for my study. So within my study, I hope to answer 3 questions. How many morphologically distinct species are present in the sample? How much morphological variation exists within versus among species and sample site? And are there morphologically distinct populations within each species? So to do this, a total of 518 ticks were sampled between 2016 and 2022 between Kingston and Ottawa. They were morphologically identified to the species level, image, and landmarked at 10 common dorsal and 16 common ventral points to look at morphological variation. So here we can see an example of the dorsal and ventral landmarks found on an Ixodes scapularis female tick. So on to some results. So this is a principal component analysis of the dorsal and ventral landmarks for all sample ticks. Light red indicates specimens from the Ixodes genus and blue from the Dermacantor genus. Circles represent females and triangles males. The 2 species that were identified are Ixodes scapularis and Dermacantor variabilis. From this figure, we are able to observe that the selected landmarks are able to distinguish between species and sex fairly well, with little overlap between groups. Additionally, we are able to observe an outlier within the Ixodes male cluster of the ventral PCA. This outlier required further investigation and was later reclassified as an Ixodes cookie eye male. And here we can see the dorsal and ventral aspects of this specimen, which have different colorations and different ventral landmarks, leading to a new classification. So next, a linear discriminant analysis was performed on the Ixodes genus and grouped by general location. In this figure, red represents the lower region, green the middle region, and blue the upper region of the sampling sites. The LDA model was able to predict the location of sampled ticks with high accuracy of between 67 and 77%. And we are able to see that LD1 differentiates the lower and middle regions within each group, and both male and female ticks, and LD2 differentiates the upper region. And upon further investigation, I believe that this might be due to host-associated divergence, with different hosts in different regions contributing to differences in morphology within the mouth parts mainly of all ticks. So thank you, and that is all for my presentation.
Thank you very much, Damien. That was great. So without further ado, I will move on to Katerina Ost. Not see Katerina yet. Oh, there you are. Wonderful. Wonderful. So I'll just introduce you. So Katerina, Katerina is a doctoral student in epidemiology with an interest in studying the control of Lyme disease in Eastern Ontario. She is interested in research on vector-borne diseases, global health, and the health impacts of climate change. She completed both her BA and Masters of Public Health at the University of Washington and finished her master's thesis project through a climate change and malaria project. The title of her presentation is assessing strategies for the prevention and control of emerging tick-borne diseases in urban and peri-urban settings. Thanks, Katerina.
Great. Let's share my screen here. Okay, can everyone see that okay? Perfect. Yeah, so I am Katerina. I am a PhD candidate at the University of Ottawa. This is going to be more of a protocol overview as I don't have any results yet for my project. So I have three main objectives. In the interest of time, I'm going to be focusing on one of them mainly, with the other two as more context for the project. So first of all, I am doing a systematic review of Lyme disease prevention and control methods. Secondly, I am doing some experimental environmental field studies in recreational settings. And then third, I am doing a mixed method study on the feasibility and acceptability of various interventions for Lyme disease control. So first of all, my systematic review is aiming to identify and evaluate the most promising strategies for Lyme disease prevention and control in urban and peri-urban settings. We're mainly looking at outcomes that are related to efficacy, which is our primary outcome of interest, but we're also really interested in kind of pulling out some outcomes on acceptability, feasibility, and cost or utility. My second objective is the experimental field trials. These are based on some previous pilot studies that were done by our lab. And we're looking at the impact of low-cost environmental measures. In this case, we're using wood chips placed along the trail edges in recreational spaces. And we're doing those either alone or in combination with a synthetic caricide, and the impact of that method on reducing the density of infected ticks or density of ticks. And that's based in Ottawa. So we're measuring that by weekly drag sampling throughout the main tick period. Just a little bit more information about how that kind of looks. On the right here, we have our kind of standard trail maintenance that is done, and we're doing this in partnership with the National Capital Commission, which is responsible for most of the maintenance on these trails. So their typical kind of schema of maintenance is about a meter wide trail, followed by 1 meter to 1.5 meters of cut vegetation, and then the forest transect. So for our intervention segments, we're basically replacing this cut vegetation segment with wood chips. And those are either present alone, or we are spraying the wood chips directly with a deltamethrin. And we're spraying them directly rather than doing kind of a broad spray into the vegetation in order to hopefully increase acceptability and decrease environmental impact. And we're doing this at 2 sites in Ottawa. So we have one site in the west, which is the Stonehaven site. And that's an area with already very established high population of ticks. And then Mare Blue is the site in the east, and that is a place where we can kind of expect increasing tick density in the coming years. And at each site, we have 10 control plots, 10 wood chip plots, and then 10 wood chip in combination with the deltamethrin spraying. So a total of 60 replicates overall for the study. And we just completed our first round of data collection this summer. And we'll be following that up with a second year in the coming summer. Each replicate is 50 meters length and 1 meter wide. We're also collecting some additional environmental variables that could account for differences in tick populations, like canopy coverage and leaf litter depth. And finally, I'm doing an exploratory sequential mixed methods. And this is to kind of combine the other 2 objectives. So we're looking at all of the interventions found through the systematic review, as well as some of the components of our experimental methods. And we're looking at kind of acceptability and feasibility of these methods through a combination of key informant interviews and then broader survey populations on some of these methods. And that is it. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Katerina. So our next speaker is Madison Robertson. Madison is a research fellow and PhD student in health quality at Queen's University. She completed her undergraduate and master's degree in the School of Kinesiology and Health Studies. Madison is currently a teaching adjunct in the School of Kinesiology and Health Studies and research coordinator for the Lung Diagnostic Assessment Program at Kingston General Hospital. Her doctoral research focuses on investigating the mental health impacts for long-term care residents when separated from their spouse in long-term care. She has specific interest in participatory action research and qualitative methods. So she's going to present today, understanding the perspectives, experiences, beliefs, and knowledge of health practitioners on the diagnosis and treatment of Lyme disease in Canada.
Thank you. Just share my screen. Can you see that okay? Okay, so hi everyone. As I was introduced, my name is Madison. I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate from Queen's University, and I'm presenting on our project on understanding health practitioners' perspectives, experiences, and knowledge on Lyme disease. I just want to take a really quick second to thank all the team members on this project who've worked very hard towards all aspects of the work we're doing. To give a brief background, we know that the increase of the incidence of Lyme disease is currently in Canada and around the world, and it's critical that we're not only having prevention programs for the public that are developed and evaluated, but also we're developing training programs directed at healthcare practitioners across the full spectrum of Lyme disease, from prevention to diagnosis, treatment, and management. Primary care practitioners like family physicians, as well as pediatricians and emergency physicians, are often the first to encounter suspected Lyme disease patients and are really the first line of defense in the diagnosis and treatment of Lyme disease. But due to a lack of definitive testing, physicians and patients can often be put in a difficult position. And what I mean by this is that along with a growing body of literature on tick-borne diseases, there's also a growing discussion on really what constitutes safe and effective Lyme disease diagnosis and treatment. And so we know from a Gray literature review that our team did last year that the literature is inconsistent with the diagnosis and treatment of Lyme disease. And really, there's little known research on interventions for Lyme disease education for healthcare practitioners. We also completed a systematic review last year. And from this, we found that there's little known research on healthcare practitioners' knowledge and perspectives that really pertain to the guidelines for diagnosing and treating Lyme disease, as well as there's less research depicting the clinical Lyme disease diagnosis and treatment decision-making process for these healthcare practitioners. So really what we need is to better understand healthcare practitioners' perspectives and specifically the decision-making process that they take to diagnose and treat Lyme disease in order to optimize our knowledge translation efforts in the future, as well as help patients. And so, as I said, we completed a systematic review and Gray literature review last year. And now we have finished qualitative interviews with both family physicians and specialists, and are currently working on qualitative interviews, the analysis stage, and this will be completed in December of this year. Our research question for this specific study was really focused on what health practitioners' understandings, perspectives, and experiences are when they diagnose and treat Lyme disease in Canada. And in order to do this, the purpose of this qualitative study was to really understand those experiences, knowledge, and beliefs of healthcare practitioners. And so to do this, we have to understand how these healthcare practitioners go about diagnosing and treating Lyme disease in Canada, as well as what their understanding and knowledge is around the nature of Lyme disease. And so before we're able to provide support for these practitioners, they can help patients, we really need to understand why they're doing what they're doing. And that really led us to completing this qualitative study with interviews. So for this research study, we used a multi-phase implementation approach, meaning that our recruitment strategy first started with surveys using Qualtrics from patients to nominate health practitioners. And then we also used purposeful sampling, network group recruitment, and snowball sampling to recruit these healthcare practitioners for the interviews. And then we completed 43 semi-structured interviews with healthcare practitioners, including physicians, nurse practitioners, and specialists. From these 43 interviews, we found that there was equal representation between gender, whether they're early, mid, or late career, as well as we had 5 from rural locations and 14% were visual minorities. You can also see in the figure that it was across Canada that we spoke with health practitioners. And what our preliminary analysis has shown, so we've completed 50% of the analysis for all of the 43 interviews. And what it's shown is that there was 5 main themes currently being identified from the interviews. Our preliminary results have really indicated a wide range and variety of experiences and beliefs for healthcare practitioners in Canada. And there was a lot of heterogeneity on how healthcare practitioners both diagnose and treat Lyme disease in Canada. But specifically, there was inconsistent approaches to chronic Lyme disease, collaborative approach with other healthcare practitioners, and inconsistent threshold for diagnosis and treatment. As well as we found that healthcare practitioners have a good understanding of Lyme disease characteristics and guidelines, and they believe that there's a great deal of fear about Lyme disease in the public. And so from here, we're going to continue analysis and then use this for knowledge translation strategies, as well as knowledge creation pathways, and to influence a future knowledge translation portal. Thank you.
Thanks, Madison. That was really great. So I will introduce next Danny Sayros.
Way too fast. Oh well, fuck it, I'm done. They don't get shit.
We still hear you. There we go. So I'm gonna introduce Danny. There you are, great. Okay, so in the first part of his academic life, Danny graduated with a Bachelor of Biochemistry and a Master's in Neuroscience, where he deepened his understanding of the molecular world in the second part of his academic life, he finished a Diploma of Advanced Professional Studies in Epidemiology from the University of Montreal. It is this last degree that opened much of his appetite for research in epidemiology. His interests are causal inference, spatial modeling, and machine learning. And he will be presenting today on an Eastern Canadian perspective on Lyme disease risk. Thanks, Danny.
Thank you. Okay, I always get bugged up with the sharing of the screens. Okay. Okay, does everybody see the screen?
I don't see it yet.
You do not?
Not yet, no.
Okay. How about now?
Something's happening. Yes, we see the speaker view.
Perfect. All right, here we go. The speaker view? Okay, perfect. So you don't see the notes. Okay, great.
You do see the notes.
Oh, you do see them.
Yeah.
I apologize for this.
Okay, no worries.
There you go. How about now?
Perfect.
Okay, there you go. Perfect. So let's do the timer. Okay, so an Eastern Canadian perspective on Lyme disease risk and future disease burden. The background is Lunenburg, and this is a presentation this is a work that has been supervised by Manisha and Kate, part of Pillar 2. So the purpose of this presentation is to showcase the variety of research that is being done in the group and to provide a mini sort of update on the Pillar 2 of the network. The projects underway in my PhD thesis are very simply: Objective 1, a scoping review on methodologies, the inputs of which will feed into Objective 2, which is a spatial prediction model. And although not related to Objective 3, the spatial prediction model takes place in one of the two centers that are used in the case control study, and that is the colloquial prospective case control study of Pillar 2. So in my first objective, the scoping review, it's the spatial temporal prediction methodologies used for human risk of Lyme disease. The goal is to describe the types of predictors, methodologies, evaluation approaches of performance accuracy for Lyme disease. We are looking at basically synthesizing the corpus of literature that is out there on prediction and forecasting methods, putting down in an extraction form, the predictors, the algorithms that were used, the covariates, the Lyme disease outcomes, and charting it in a way so that we can derive a sort of meaning of what accuracy or evaluation methods are common in these studies and what we can provide back to the scientific community as recommendations for future models. And in that case, it only makes sense, the logical flow is to use some of those inputs to develop an ecological niche model that will look at the occurrence of human Lyme disease risk and risk prediction in Ontario. This is interesting because it builds on the work of other CLIDEN members and authors that are actually probably even present in the audience today. And this uses the MaxEnt algorithm to predict human occurrence of Lyme disease. So it's the direct link between humans and disease. And so the outcome of the ENM is the probability of human Lyme disease occurrence represented as the probability of presence over the entire period of input data, which will be 2010 to 2018. And in the third objective, this is the colloquial prospective case control study. And the goal of this study is to look at cases and controls that emerge from two different regions and to identify how knowledge, attitudes, and practices influence the risk of Lyme disease infection in these two regions. These two regions are Kingston and Nova Scotia. And just because the protocol is has been laid out and it's the recruitment has started, the broad strokes are that it is a frequency matching case control study. In the past few months, we've done great work with Rob's team and Elizabeth's team in Nova Scotia. We've revisited the definition of what healthy controls are. The recruitment of cases has been expanded to the biobank study, and the cohort strategy has changed, but it's really part and parcel of what doing practical epidemiology is. And I will leave it up to them to talk about that. And that's basically it. So, thank you.
Great. So I think that wraps up our presentations for this morning, which is amazing. Congratulations to everybody for staying on time. We have 5 minutes for questions. So thank you to all of our presenters. I think that really presented a nice diversity of different research that's going on in the network. And it's really exciting to see some of these initiatives take shape. So I welcome you. If you have questions, you can put them in the chat, or you can raise your hand and speak out loud. Tamara.
Thanks, Katie, and thanks to all the presenters. I thought I'm really encouraged and excited by this work. Not so much of a question per se, but I just wanted to invite the students and the trainees who presented today if they were interested in having patient involvement in any of their projects. We have a process where they could present this work again, maybe even when it gets close to completion or interim results and that kind of thing, to the Patient and Community Advisory Committee. That can generate some insights for your discussion to help put your findings into context. It can be helpful. If you're interested in having a patient partner on your work too, we can support that. And also to all of the researchers, you know, if you wanted to report how you involved people, we have some guidance for that as well in a checklist. So I just noticed that so much of the work today is so relevant to the patient experience, and even the prevention work that people are talking about. I think the community would have quite a lot of good perspective to add to that and bring relevance to the work. So thanks.
Thanks, Tamara.
I see at least one hand up. Dr. Springer?
Yes, thank you. Agreed. Very nice presentations. I had a question for the first speaker, the talk on cardiovascular implications of Lyme. And so we used to routinely, so I'm a pediatric rheumatologist and I exclusively pretty much just see Lyme arthritis in children in my clinical practice. And we initially were doing ECGs in all of our patients and basically found that none of them had any abnormalities. And I'm just wondering about the pickup, what you would be expecting to pick up with late Lyme in terms of doing a screening ECG in a patient who, let's say, has a normal cardiac exam. Just in terms of, you had mentioned that all stages of Lyme disease should have a ECG.
Yeah, so typically we recommended more in like when there's systemic Lyme disease. So not early Lyme disease, someone's come in and has had like a recent documented tick bite, and like the rash associated. And it's interesting with pediatric population specifically, we seem to see less of the cardiac rhythm abnormalities. So we expect to see on the ECG, we're really looking for heart block. And that can be like as early as an early grade heart block, or sometimes where we see the symptoms are when people have progressed heart block, as well as we see sometimes myocarditis and pericardial effusion as well. And effusion is actually what we tend to see more in the pediatric population, which we won't really pick up well on ECG. Sometimes we can get like electrical alternans if we have someone progressing to tamponade. But generally, yeah, in the pediatric population, it becomes a little bit more difficult because they don't present with those rhythm abnormalities. So it is more of an adult recommendation. As well as, you noted, like, as you mentioned, it can be cumbersome to do an ECG on everybody. There is room for also stratifying by different cardiovascular risk factors, although we didn't see in our preliminary work that people with like cardiovascular comorbidities tend to be really at a higher risk of the conduction abnormalities. And the big issue here too is that we don't have enough data, and especially in the pediatric population in terms of cardiovascular implications, because we just don't look as much at like invasive heart tests in kids. So I guess in summary, all of that to say, in adults, we're really looking for conduction abnormalities. And then in kids, something to watch out for is if they were getting short of breath easily, they're at a higher risk of having an effusion associated with the Lyme disease, but it isn't as common as in adults for sure.
Thank you so much.
Lisa.
Hi, thank you everyone for your presentations. They're really illuminating, and I really enjoyed learning about this work that you're all engaging in. My question is actually for Madison. I'm just interested in some of those results, those thematic results that you described around your research with healthcare providers, and in particular, I'm curious about sort of that last theme around sort of doctors' perceptions that the public are very concerned, or there's a lot of public fear around Lyme disease. And I'm just wondering if you have anything more to share about that. I'm just curious to know if that perception of fear among the public shapes healthcare providers' sort of practices around Lyme disease. Does it mean that they're, engaging in, more research, or, does it drive their practices in any way?
Absolutely. So with that theme specifically, a lot of the discussion was around the idea that there was a lot of reassurance or education that was needed to provide to patients, and a lot of healthcare practitioners acknowledging that there was a great deal of fear, felt that it was important that they started with addressing not only patient history when they first talked to the patient, but also their knowledge of Lyme disease, where that fear was coming from, and being able to provide additional education or reassurance to that patient, depending on what level of fear there was. And so they felt like that was an important aspect, or one of the sort of categories that came out of that themes was that the reassurance for patients, or discussion and education for patients, was very important. And then alongside that, there was quite a bit of discussion around the fact that a lot of healthcare practitioners did do their own research as well on Lyme disease, to ensure that they were up to date and knowledgeable on Lyme disease if they had patients who were fearsome of Lyme disease. There definitely was greater acknowledgement or discussion around that fear for healthcare practitioners that also worked in a more endemic region for Lyme disease as well. I also want to really quickly mention that I think people may have heard me after say that I was too fast. So I'm just sorry if anyone heard me say that after my presentation, but you know, you live and learn to make sure you mute on doing these presentations. So I just want to acknowledge and apologize to anyone who heard me say that after.
You weren't too fast, Madison.
Thanks, Madison.
And I think we have all inadvertently talked when we thought that we were muted. I know I have.
It's my first time in 3 years. So, I mean, 3 years is good, but I did want to acknowledge and apologize to anyone who did hear that. So
thank you. Okay, so we are going to wrap up for today. Sorry, not for today, for the morning. Please come back this afternoon. So Natasha is going to put the link in the chat to vote for your favorite presentation. And then I believe we reconvene at 1 p.m.
That's correct, Katie. Once Natasha puts the link in, we will be breaking for lunch and commencing back at 1 p.m. for our panel discussion. Everyone who's on the call right now are welcome to stay connected. You can simply turn off your camera, keep your audio on mute during the break so you don't have to reconnect. But I will be looking, and if everybody does want to get off of Zoom and reload back on, I will be admitting people shortly before 1 o'clock.
Thank you to all the trainees.
Thank you, everybody. Our moderator this afternoon for our panel discussion is Pamela Scott-Grace. I'm going to pass it over to Pamela now to begin the panel discussion on the topic From Research to Better Outcomes, Mobilizing Patient Knowledge and Experience.
Thanks, Veronica. I just want to let you know that if you hear a rooster, it's because you actually do. So, hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Scott-Grace, and I'm joining the call from Lunenburg County, Nova Scotia, one of 3 active Sentinel sites in this province. And this area is situated in the traditional migrational territory of the Acadia First Nation in Mi'kma'ki. I've been a patient and community advisory member since March 2020, and now I actually find myself as co-lead of Pillar 2. So that's how things roll at Clydern. But I'm actually very happy to be here, and I'm really grateful for the substantive presentations this morning. This afternoon, we're excited to bring you a panel about the impact and the future of participatory research, a panel with broad representation of our network, including researchers and healthcare providers, both current and future, and also current and past members of the PCAC. And our aim today is to share with you what these 5 panelists have learned about mobilizing patient knowledge and lived experience in the ultimate quest for better health outcomes as it relates to Lyme disease. They'll provide examples and evidence from their various perspectives They'll offer best practices and actionable advice that might be of interest to this audience. And finally, they'll forecast what a future looks like as we get more systematic and skilled and intentional about embracing patient-oriented and participatory research practices, projects, and public health approaches. So we've allowed for some time at the end to look at your questions and your comments. We won't get to everyone's, of course, but we'll capture all the feedback for future consideration. And first, I would like to invite our panelists to introduce themselves briefly and state what background and insights they're going to bring to this discussion. And I don't see Catherine's.
Yes, I need Catherine to turn her video on for me to add her spotlight.
Catherine, can you hear me?
Yes, hi Pamela, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you turn your camera on?
I cannot, sorry. It
okay.
Seems that, and I cannot use the setting to adjust that in the Zoom right now. So it must be my government computer.
Okay,
I will
problem.
introduce myself anyway right now, and then I will join in using another computer that will work. Sorry.
Fantastic.
So for this, just I guess it's a brief intro, right? So I am a veterinary epidemiologist at Public Health Agency of Canada, actually part of the National Microbiology Laboratory. I'm also an adjunct professor at University of Montreal. And I guess I'm involved in research activities focusing on surveillance, mostly how to optimize it, basically. And yes, toward Lyme disease, but also new emerging tick-borne diseases. Also involved in research that try to identify broad risk factors, such as environmental risk factor, but also human behavior risk factors. And as well involved in some forecasting tick-borne disease activities in link with climate change, and also implementation or evaluation of integrated intervention against tick-borne disease. So I guess I'm bringing to the table my experiences as a researcher or a co-researcher, collaborators engaging with communities and different partners. Thank you, and I will try to join right now from another computer.
That's great, thanks, Catherine. Let's go to Sarah Merkley.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah Merkley, and I am joining the call from Waterloo, Ontario. I have been a patient partner with the Research Network since April of this year. I was bit by a tick in the summer of 2020 and have been suffering with Lyme disease ever since. I'm currently in the midst of treatment and I'm nearing remission, hopefully in the next few months. I am currently in my third year of nursing at McMaster University in Hamilton. I'm looking forward to graduating and obtaining my registered nursing license. Unfortunately, I had to take away time from my program due to Lyme disease, but during that time, I've spent a lot of it educating myself about tick-borne diseases. I'm currently being treated by a Lyme literate medical doctor and naturopath based in Toronto, and they have encouraged my learning and have provided me with an abundance of knowledge regarding tick-borne disease. So in today's discussion, I will be sharing my insight based on the patient experience and knowledge received while being a patient partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Francois?
Hello, my name is Francois Millard. I'm a physician trained in public health and working in the Montérégie region in the southern part of Quebec. We are located at the border of Vermont and New York states and also very close to Eastern Ontario. So as you may imagine, Lyme disease has emerged in our area over the last 15 years. Indeed, we had about 0 cases at the beginning and then about 200 cases every year. As part of our work, we collect epidemiological data to make reports about Lyme disease in the region. And we also use these reports to inform health practitioners and also the public about Lyme disease. In my practice, I also contribute to research on Lyme disease, bringing the perspective of a physician to a research team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ariane.
Yeah, so hi everyone, my name is Ariane Quintal. I'm currently finishing my PhD in bioethics at University of Montreal, and my research project explores the challenges encountered by people living with rare or misunderstood illnesses in the healthcare system mostly. So it's a qualitative research project, and today I'll be sharing more of my perspective from a point of view of a qualitative researcher. And so that means that we've been doing a survey and interviews with patients, and it's also a participatory project. So I've been involving patients as partners in this project to develop it, but also to interpret its results. And in parallel, I've been personally a patient partner in this network because I'm living with Lyme disease for several years now. I've also been involved as a patient partner at INES, which is a provincial agency here in Quebec, in a project that aimed to establish diagnostic guidelines, but also treatment guidelines, but based on the best available evidence. So I was involved in this project as well. And today I'll be bringing to the discussion mostly my experiences as a researcher working with patient partners, but also occasionally my experiences as a patient partner myself.
Thank you, Ariane. And Janet.
Hi, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today, and I'm coming to you from Toronto. My name is Janet Parsons. I'm a research scientist at St. Michael's Hospital in Toronto, and I'm also an associate professor at the University of Toronto in the Department of Physical Therapy and the Rehabilitation Sciences Institute. And I'm a social scientist interested in sort of the intersection of social science and health. This includes health services and policy research, as well as specific interests in health and social equity. And I'm not a Lyme disease researcher per se, but I've been learning a great deal about Lyme disease as being, Pillar 4 co-lead, tasked with helping with regard to patient engagement and participatory approaches with the network, and working with alongside the patient partners as well as my colleagues on the network, and really appreciate the opportunities of the relationships that we're building. I have background in patient-oriented research, which means that I've spent a lot of time talking with patients, healthcare practitioners, and other stakeholders about lived experiences. I've spent quite a bit of time doing patient and community engagement, and I'm very interested in participatory methods like arts-based methods, which are excellent tools for engaging a wide range of people and audiences. Oh yes, my other perspective that I bring is that I'm also a physiotherapist by background. And so I do have a clinical background, and a lot of what informs my work is what does it mean for people when patients, for example, and clinicians are in the room together, or patients and researchers are in the room together. What implications does some of this work have for clinical practice settings, which I think is really relevant for the work that the network wants to do. Thanks very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you to all of our panelists. As you can see, we've got very broad, intersectional, multiple perspectives here to share with you today. So let's just get right to some examples. I'd like us to turn our attention to learning from your multiple and diverse perspectives as researchers and as patients, some examples of actually mobilizing lived experience as it relates to Lyme disease in Canada. And I see Catherine is back on the screen, thankfully. Yes. And so maybe we could actually start with Catherine, please.
Yes, sure. So again, I'm going to talk with my perspective, right, as a researcher involved in a research team. And I'd like to put pressure on this. It's really a collective work over the years with so many different collaborators and partners. And a first example I'd like to share is about when we do conduct a population health survey on tick-borne diseases. We have used in the past and even currently mixed methods and participatory approach to some extent. For example, focus group have been used in the past and again in different research activities. But the focus group intent was really also to help us prepare and enhance a follow-up survey study. So, and typically when we were conducting those focus group, we would engage with participants that had a lot of them actually had experience of Lyme disease. Either they contracted it or it was, or ticks were really present in their environment. So we had sort of a bias toward which kind of participant would actually be in our focus group. But by doing those focus group, the discussion inspired actually sort of new section of question, or even new questions that seemed relevant after these discussion, with their perspective as patients, basically, or people who did experiment tick bites or tick-borne diseases. So for a soon pan-Canadian survey that will be conducted, we had steps of internal, external review. We had the focus group, like I mentioned, and the patient PCAC committee of Clyderon was also involved in the review of that full survey questionnaire. So we were really glad to have all of these input toward the construction of the survey study. And I believe Natasha Bowser will actually present some of the preliminary results about the focus group she has been conducted in her PhD work. Second example, I guess, is a quicker one. It's about, again, a research team being involved over the years toward Lyme disease risk reduction, research activities targeting, in this case, rodent reservoir host. Since 2019, the research team have engaged proactively with a particular community in the Estrie region, which is a high endemic region in Quebec. We have also asked citizens to become community researcher, again, toward a better implementation of an intervention to reduce Lyme disease locally. In terms of steps we did to engage sort of intentionally, there was some education outreach, such as public events, conference, workshop on how to identify ticks, for example. But after these events, we would plan discussion session, again, with these community researchers who would be much more involved and had much more opportunity to discuss with us. In terms of community researchers, we had from that specific study in the Estrie region, we had a representative of an outdoor club, elderly group, pharmacist. So this gives you example of how we would engage with different citizens or group of citizens.
Thank you, Catherine. Sarah, let's hear what you have to say.
All right. So just a reminder, I'm going to be providing my perspective as a patient partner and as well as a nursing student. So I wanted to discuss the relevant outcomes and practical matters. So how can we reduce the barriers and make research projects more feasible for this community? So as a patient partner, I can recognize the importance of engaging with these individuals with Lyme disease because it allows us to represent the voices and the views living with this disease currently. So what's super important is people living with Lyme disease, I will encourage them to participate in research projects because we are the ones able to provide experiential advice to influence these decisions and promote changes within this community and within research projects. This engagement will allow those living with the experience and those doing the research to attempt to overcome those barriers and misunderstandings associated with Lyme disease. So I have been suffering with Lyme disease for 2 years now. So living with Lyme disease, I can kind of see the barriers when designing research studies. Many of the researchers I've already met and heard about, they're already quite mindful, empathetic, and very open to participants. Sometimes there might be outcomes that can be overlooked or potentially irrelevant to the patient community. So I want to talk about a couple of examples. So the first example I want to talk about is a barrier to design when creating a research study. And one of them would be cost. And I think this one is already a lot of researchers take into consideration the cost, but sometimes depending on the study where it's located, if it's located at a hospital, the patient may, or the participant, sorry, may need to pay for parking. So if we're talking about parking prices at a hospital, that could be anywhere from $15 or more a day. And this could be expensive for somebody that is living with Lyme disease, as we already know that the expense to treat Lyme disease is already quite high due to cost of treatment and appointments and groceries, and then just life on top of that. So this could potentially be a burden to a patient. And they may, it might actually prevent their participation in the research study, because they might not be able to afford that extra $15 to go participate at the hospital. And who knows, there could be more than just one day at the hospital or the clinic that you would be attending. This could be a huge barrier, as cost is quite, it's important in the Lyme disease community because there's already a lot of money being spent, unfortunately. So this would be a barrier to prevent the patient from wanting to participate potentially. I do want to provide another example, and this barrier discusses the lack of recognition to a specific symptom of brain fog. And of course, there's many symptoms associated with Lyme disease. I'm just going to talk about brain fog as one of them, as it's kind of hard to tell if somebody's experiencing brain fog. So in research studies, participants usually are likely required to read either various papers, research proposals. They might need to partake in surveys, anything else like that where it requires neurologic function and cognitive function. This can be quite demanding for somebody with brain fog. It's difficult to concentrate, it's difficult to focus, sometimes it's even hard to read. Memory issues are also quite common with brain fog. So the participant might forget to read the research proposal. They might forget to attend a meeting or a clinic visit. It all kind of goes hand in hand. So this one is also a barrier to design because of the fact that us with Lyme disease struggle to just do anything normal per se, because brain fog can really blur your vision of everything going on around you. So to make these research designs more feasible for patients, I think something would be considering what is important to the patient community. So is there going to be costs? Is there a need for travel for the patient? Is there a need for strenuous computer time, as that can be hard with brain fog? How many clinic visits will there be? Looking at this as a whole picture and maybe discussing it with the participant so that they're aware of, what's expected of me. Will I be able to do this? That kind of thing. And also another big point is really truly considering that there are absolutely limitations to every study. Even if the participant doesn't have to leave their house and it's all virtual or on the phone. Again, brain fog doesn't leave, you don't need to leave your house to have brain fog. That would be a huge limitation. So they might only be able to participate in a 15-minute phone call or Zoom, and that's their max for the day. So just being more transparent and open to the fact that sometimes more than 15 minutes or 30 minutes is too much sometimes for Lyme disease patients.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Those are really good points about feasibility and accessibility. So thank you very much for bringing us that. Francois, maybe you could talk a little bit about just opening our minds to how patients can be involved, either at the communication design level or the guidelines level.
Yes, I will expand. Indeed, I will expand on what was mentioned by Ariane, which is the work that the INES did in Quebec. So INES is the Institut National d'Excellence en Santé et Services Sociaux, and they produce guidelines about many diseases to help health practitioners to know how to best manage those problems. So it started in 2017 when the health ministry asked INES to elaborate guidelines on Lyme disease. The mandate was to have guidelines on diagnosis, treatment, and best follow-up for the patient. And this was, of course, to improve the experience of care. that could be problematic, as we know, and also the use of laboratory tests and treatment. And these guidelines and tools were published first in 2019 on diagnosis and treatment, and more recently in 2021 on how to manage persisting symptoms. But to accomplish this, what was the process? So INEIS was looking for patients to contribute to the discussion about that. And we were contacted by INEIS to see if we can find patients that would want to participate in the discussion. So I personally contacted some patients, and we wanted to have different profiles, clinical profiles. So I contacted patients with localized disease and also disseminated disease, but also patients with non-specific symptoms, and to find some that would like to participate. Just to mention that patient advocacy groups active in Quebec were also involved in the process to find patients, but also to contribute to the panel. So these patients were involved in two ways. First, a small number of them were part of the committee guidelines, the guidelines committee, but many more were interviewed to share their personal experience in terms of diagnosis, treatment, and quality of life. And I just conclude saying that, of course, this is more time consuming to do that, to build guidelines, but it certainly will favor the implementation and acceptability of those guidelines by all stakeholders. And many organizations like INEIS, they do that at this moment, that they include patient partners in the discussion when they develop the guidelines.
It's a great example. Thank you so much, Francois. Ariane, you can relate to some of what Francois was talking about, and I'm sure what both Catherine and Sarah have shared with us. What's your experience?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that, like, all of the points raised previously are really great points. You know, I'll jump back to what Sarah said about giving a voice to patients. I really think that participatory research is a way to give a voice to patients. And I think it's particularly important in the context of misunderstood illnesses like Lyme disease, where patients are often marginalized or even stigmatized in the healthcare system. So, you know, having this participatory research, or, you know, patient partnership, however you want to call it, helps counter these injustices in different ways. And I mean, some of great examples have been given. For example, Catherine talked about the fact that, you know, patient partners can be involved in drafting research questions or, you know, survey questions, and to ensure that all of the necessary topics, including sometimes contentious topics, are well covered and addressed by researchers. Also, like Francois said, patient partners can validate that patient perspectives and experiences are communicated in an appropriate way, because sometimes researchers or even policymakers, or maybe not policymakers, but scientific professionals, can have sometimes some implicit biases about patients. And I include myself in this as a researcher. We have our preconceived ideas, and it's not necessarily something that is with bad intentions, you know, it's it's just a natural thing. And but, you know, having patient partners comment on the way we draft documents, articles, keeps us in check in a sense, and they can say, oh, this segment is a bit problematic, I think you should change the wording, and they'll give us excellent suggestions to do this. So it's really useful for researchers also. It's a learning process, and it's you know, it helps us open our minds to different perspectives. And also one of the interesting things about patient partnership is that it really opens up our perspectives to results that need to be given more weight in the literature and in our writing. And just to share an experience with this, like in my PhD project, we're working on four articles. But in the first article, you know, I was describing a list of challenges encountered by patients, but I kind of overlooked the psychological distress. But I know, of course, that patients are experiencing psychological distress. But when you're writing an article, you think about all sorts of things, right? So I kind of didn't talk about it enough. And one of our patient partners said, you really have to emphasize this point, because it really shows how, from an ethical or moral perspective, how illness experiences can be so profoundly difficult for patients, and you really have to emphasize this. And I took her comment, I really improved the article that way, and it's something that we really strive to put forward in the subsequent articles. So patient partnership really has a great impact, and it's really rewarding as a researcher, but also as a patient, to be able to collaborate that way.
Thank you so much, Ariane. Janet, I think this is a good segue to talking about how we really want to start expanding our toolkits, and in how we integrate all of the various factors here, from the scientific to the human to the social.
Thanks so much. And this is so great to actually get a chance to interact and listen with all of you on the panel. So thank you so much so far. And I wanted to as I mentioned at the outset, I'm a social scientist, and one of the things that I'm really interested in is the relational aspect. And I think these kinds of participatory approaches are really great at looking at how perspectives are like multiplicity of perspectives, for example, in the area of Lyme disease. So, what are patients' concerns? What are family members' concerns? What are clinicians' concerns? What are researchers' concerns? What are policymakers' concerns? And how do we bring those perspectives together, and recognizing that there's sometimes very different interests at stake, but also how can we bring patient perspectives front and center? And I wanted to use the example of the Broker Dialogue project that we're doing on Pillar 4, because it's specifically a method that aims to bring those diverse perspectives together and into relationship with one another. But I've been very fortunate we have a working group for the Broker Dialogue project, and we have 5 very talented patient partners and 4 scientists that are working on it. And I wanted to give a shout out to Ariane, who's been an incredibly helpful person in terms of how we've designed the study, as have the other 4 patient partners. So Twyla, Tamara, Jennifer, and Emily, along with Ariane, have all provided advice and input into the design of the study from the very beginning, including the design of the research question and sort of where our focus was going to be, and really, emphasize that in a lot of the work that we do, sometimes particularly in the Lyme disease area, there's a lot of discussion about patient experience, but how do we bring that forward? How do we really bring that forward and make that very real for people? And so when we designed it, we designed specifically that we would spend extra time with patient participants and exploring patient experiences, as well as these other stakeholders, but that we would emphasize specifically patient experiences, including patient experiences related to chronic sequelae of Lyme. So it was really important for us as a working group to sort of put that forward. And so and then we were able to also bring, we brought the proposal also to the PCAC to let them know about what we were doing and seek their feedback. And it's been so valuable to be able to leverage the expertise, because that's really what it is. It's expertise. Patients are experts on their own lives and on the experience that they have. And so it's about bringing together various forms of expertise and interdisciplinary expertise. And I was just thinking about, the different people on the working group, for example. The patient partners all bring, Ariane, you mentioned, your multiplicity of perspectives. Tamara has multiplicity of perspectives. So does Twyla. Everybody brings like their own different context and expertise to the table. And that is incredibly valuable when we're trying to design something, when we're trying to implement something. We're now in the process of doing phase 1 data collection, and the patient participants who are coming forward and are providing their expertise on the practices they engage in, for example, in Lyme disease on a daily basis, and the stories that they tell are incredibly valuable and offer key insights that we might not otherwise get. The other thing is that the Broker Dialogue method is film-based, and it's a way to actually create data, co-produce data and insights in ways that go beyond like the paper, for example. Papers are really important, but it's also important to share work in different ways. And I think being able to share it by film can actually widen the circle and make it much more accessible to a much broader range of people. I'll stop there, but just a shout out to the working group and all of their contributions to date, and looking forward to working with you on the analysis piece.
Thank you so much, Janet. And thanks to you all. These are all really good examples. And I think that you've shown our audience that there are many, many ways that patient knowledge and evidence can make a difference and lead to better outcomes. I want to get really practical now. Maybe just a little more succinctly, if we can just go around and just ask, you know, based on your experience, what are the conditions that make these kinds of approaches really effective and work really well? And we'll jump back to Catherine again.
Yeah, thank you, Pamela. For this question, I guess because again, my research perspective, I think we're really into planning, right? So again, recently, I believe we are making steps toward sharing, discussing with other research teams that are, you know, sort of doing engaging community activity as part of their research project. We do also take steps toward a way of making it more systematic and sort of standardized in between the activity, and try to discuss that with other research team as well. Again, in the idea of sort of making sure that not only, you know, one or two community will have the chance to have some really good educational outreach plan for them. So try to make it more across Canada region. And to do so, I believe we are moving toward some sort of empowerment from the community, because obviously not one, not two, not three research teams can do it all. So I believe that there's a value if those activities come from the communities itself. So I think that's where we are hoping it will go in the future. And again, across these planning phases, I believe that it is really key to make sure that different, you know, citizen or community researcher are involved in different phases of that planning, of the implementation of an intervention as well, and then to discuss it some more after it's done, or, you know, or if we try to even optimize this intervention in a next or a future research project. And I believe that from our research team who is involved in these kind of activities, we did learn that communication was a key concept with all the different partners, and we are still learning about it, making sure that we do communicate better.
Mm-hmm. Let's leave it at that. Those are great, really good advice for everyone who's doing this kind of work. Thank you so much, Catherine. Francois, what would you say are the conditions that we need to think about for this work?
Yes. What I wanted to talk about is more about the methods that you use to collect data. So, and I must say that in our organization in public health, we are only at the beginning of bringing patients to the table to discuss about issues. But I give you a simple example that a few months ago, we were facing the increase of Lyme disease cases in our region. And so we thought that maybe we should use online questionnaire instead of phone interviews to collect data from patients. And we thought that this would be less time consuming for us and still provide information of good quality. However, at this point, we did not take into consideration the need of the patient, and we didn't really ask them what they would think about that. But when we discuss in our team, we saw that maybe it's not a good idea to just jump to online questionnaire, because our nurses that do the phone interviews, they mentioned that the patient, they often have questions when you do the interviews. They have questions about their disease, about preventive measure that they should apply in the future. And so we decided to put aside this idea of online questionnaire for this season, but we will certainly need to go over that again next year, because they could be indeed useful. But I think we should take into consideration what are the needs of the patient that we contact and what are our needs. And this example is in public health, but this would apply also when you do a research project and you want to collect data from people.
That's a good point. Certainly COVID has taught us a lot about how we reach the patients in the public health world. So, okay, I would like to invite Sarah and Ariane and Janet also to chime in on best practices and learnings, but I would just like to ask you if you could try to keep your point to about a minute. Let's go to Janet first and continue on with methods.
Okay, I think when we think about the conditions and the methods and how those go together, I think sort of coming from a perspective of an openness to different kinds of evidence. So the types of evidence that we generate in qualitative research, for example, when we're working with patient partners or patient partners to design studies to look at patient experiences to bring those forward, that openness to various forms of evidence. So like I use storytelling and other kinds of visual approaches in my work, and being open to different forms of evidence. So the randomized controlled trials, survey results, the longitudinal studies, those are all terrific, and it in no way takes away from that. But sometimes, when people provide hierarchies of evidence and that kind of thing, I actually think we need to elevate experiential evidence in a really important way, and recognize that a colleague of mine and I, who are both qualitative researchers, talked about the idea that randomized control trials and cohort studies produce generalizable evidence to a population. But when we talk to people about their in-depth lived experiences, what is being generated or co-constructed is particularizable evidence, but those are opportunities for learning, right? We learn from people in the context in which they are living and working and conducting their lives, right? And that kind of particular, interaction of the person and context is really important to bring forward. And so I think having an openness to that is one of the conditions that's really, really crucial. And again, that idea of co-construction, co-learning, co-generation of knowledge is a great way to start as well.
Thank you. Let's jump to Sarah as an evidence provider.
All right. I really liked what Janet said. I want to kind of bounce off that idea of openness. I think that's huge with this community. Lyme disease patients, sometimes we can be afraid to share our experiences due to the neglectful stigma associated with the disease. So by having everyone open, kind of centers the patient experience into an inclusive and welcoming environment, which is huge. One thing I really wanted to share that I think might be helpful in implementing as an intervention is kind of mapping the landscape, giving a bird's eye view of the whole research proposal, like the project, to the patient. How many clinic visits are we talking? How many conferences or Zooms, phone calls, anything a part of the research project, giving a bird's eye view of the entire 360 of the project so that they're 100% involved and aware of everything going on, so that they can, be more comfortable maybe sharing their experiences or thoughts that they might not know ahead of time. So I think that would be something huge. And it just, by creating this open environment of sharing everything going on, it just will incorporate more involvement, I think.
So transparency and non-judgmental.
Yes, absolutely, in a welcoming environment.
Yeah, Great. Ariane.
Yeah, so regarding this question, I think that the panelists really well covered the importance of having openness on the part of researchers, as well as perhaps some kind of humility. But what I would like to add, and it's perhaps to enlarge the discussion a bit, is when we think about participatory research and the success of participatory research, I think that one of the key ingredients is to have this action component integrated into participatory research, because of course, creating the optimal conditions for patient partnership is the first step to success, right? But another step would also be to connect, the research findings to actionable items, especially as social scientist researchers, we really like to understand issues, but sometimes, we don't really move enough towards action. And what I like about Janet's project specifically is that it has this action component. And I think it's really important in the context of rare and misunderstood illnesses, such as Lyme disease. We really need to, improve. And Sarah talked about stigmatization experienced by patients. Well, I really think that, we have the opportunity to intervene upon this. And this is actually a key finding in my project. Oops, sorry, I just had the time, but yeah, and we're going to propose action items to tackle some of these major issues of stigmatization by healthcare professionals. We'll be suggesting interventions to address this at the end of our project.
Thank you, Ariane. And thank you again. I so enjoy hearing from all of you. Working on this panel has just been such a pleasure. I would like for just sort of our last round. This is a bit of a popcorn round, so you're getting better at getting a little bit more succinct. But I really want to challenge you this time. 30 seconds, no more, for each of you. What do you see? Choose in your own mind your best scenario of what is a future that deploys these approaches and mindsets look like. What are the promising areas for you that are going to lead directly to better outcomes? You're going to have to pick one. I'm going to make you work. Francois, can you start us off?
Yes. So I wanted to make the link between Lyme disease and climate change that we all know. But what I wanted to say is that there is a lot of resources that will be put in climate change adaptation activities. And I want to focus on the municipal level. And I think we should develop stronger relationship, as mentioned by Catherine, with municipalities because they are close to their citizens. And they receive calls from their citizens worrying about Lyme disease, about tick bites. So they are aware of this problem and they want to do something about it. So I think that as public health practitioners and researchers, we should certainly work more with municipalities on this issue.
Mm-hmm. We got the signal this morning from Lars, didn't we? Drilling down. And Catherine, that's your area. So what does the future look like for you?
No, exactly, Pamela. I picked up the same idea from Lars's presentation this morning about how can we reduce the disconnect with human outcomes, right? So, such as tick bite exposure or acquisition of tick-borne diseases. Again, I think that he didn't mention it, but actually the different intervention, he was showing if there was evidence or not, or sort of mixed evidence. Most of them didn't combine with a strong component about, sort of citizen science, education outreach, or sort of empowering, again, citizens. So I will follow Francois' lead here. So I believe in more proactive community level sort of research design. And I think the future could help reduce the disconnect. 30 seconds.
Nice. Sarah.
All right, so I think that the future is all about being open and willing to share our experiences as Lyme disease patients. We as patients really need to stand up and fight for ourselves in research. We're a population that has been dismissed for far too long, so it is our time to shine. And I think that this should just be an encouragement to all Lyme disease sufferers to really think about participating in research and sharing their experiences and feelings.
Well said, Sarah. And maybe Ariane, you'd like to broaden that to rare diseases generally.
Yeah, well, I think that in the future, what I see is, a greater uptake of participatory research for addressing the lived experiences regarding rare and misunderstood illnesses in general. And I think it's unavoidable to use participatory research to address such questions, and also have this action component to lead towards change and to improve practices, for example, and to address the stigmatization we were talking about previously.
Thank you so much. Last word to you, Janet.
And I think from my perspective and the perspective of the team that I'm working on, I think one of the outcomes we'd love to see is really a deeper and respectful dialogue, being able to promote respectful dialogue between the diverse players in the Lyme disease world, that able to, and bringing patient perspectives front and center for that in a really authentic and empowering way. So that's sort of what I would love to see come out of that particular project. But I think those kinds of practices are important across the board for different areas of Lyme disease, and is a great way for people when they come into having that respectful dialogue to actually look for creative and practical solutions together. And I think that sort of collective solution seeking, finding an environment in which to do that would be a great outcome from my perspective.
Well, I think there's no doubt that you've shown us in really compelling ways that doing research together and co-creating and co-designing projects together, patients, scientists, and clinicians, will help us to build a much more robust and interdisciplinary core of knowledge that will make a difference in, I hope, in the prevention and treatment of Lyme and other tick-borne diseases in future. So thank you so much for your really compelling contributions this afternoon. We have time for questions or comments. I don't see anything in the chat right at the moment. Oh, I see a hand coming up though from Patrick. So yeah, jump in, Patrick, please.
Hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, what an amazing panel discussion. I'm really excited about what I'm hearing here. I've been involved in some research in the Arctic as well, and one of the challenges we have in working with Indigenous communities in the Arctic in particular is this phenomenon of research fatigue with those populations that are heavily involved and more through participatory research approaches. And this is really the best practices approach for these types of studies, but it also involves a huge effort on the part of the communities and populations that are being targeted in this case. And so I think you alluded to this, Sarah, earlier, but is research fatigue an issue we need to be thinking more about too, in engaging patient communities and other community members around Lyme disease? And how do we deal with that? I mean, beyond providing incentives and trying to make things more accessible, to energy levels and so on that patients might be experiencing, are there ways that we can structure research projects to encourage participation without burning out our patient population?
A really good question. I think being mindful to just like the whole scenario of Lyme disease and asking the participants to be open about sharing, how are they feeling today? Is there anything that we can do to help provide you or make you feel better? For me, sometimes my blood glucose drops. I mean, you would never see it on lab work. I feel like I am hypoglycemic. So sometimes I need to eat a snack or drink water to kind of feel like I'm not going to faint. So something like that, maybe having, I know that seems kind of silly, but drinks or like water, juice or something, or snacks on the side to help boost your participants' energy levels, or providing maybe, I know this might also be hard, but a quiet room to maybe even just rest your eyes for a couple minutes. Working in the hospital can do that to me. So sometimes I need to go find a spare room that's empty and just sit there for 5 minutes and just kind of do some deep breaths and get myself back on my feet. So I think being mindful in that situation, and maybe just communication is really huge, and just asking them like, what do you need from me to make this more successful? I don't know if that helps at all.
Maybe that other reality check that came up about just, you know, providing really clear, honest and transparent overviews of what's actually involved. I'd love it if Ariane jumped in on this question as well. And there was also just some interest generally in your work, Ariane, in the chat, which you may want to check into later.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted because I was responding to the person in the Sorry about that.
But do you want to talk about research fatigue really quickly based on your work?
Yeah, actually, like I didn't have anything very specific to, I can't really answer this particular concern, because I found that in my patient population for my PhD project on rare diseases, it's really the opposite. The patient population has not been involved sufficiently into research. It's really a truly marginalized population. I have people that were really happy to participate in my project and that were asking for even more research. Like there's so many rare syndromes that are overlooked by social science researchers. So I didn't really have this issue. So I cannot provide any guidance regarding this, unfortunately.
Does anyone else on the panel want to jump in on that, or do you want to move to another question?
Maybe just a point about this question, and I'm not sure Patrick, well, I'm not sure if I will be answering Patrick's question, but basically, are we doing a good job in terms of reaching out to different groups, right, within the community? Maybe the fatigue also is because it's basically often the same person who are involved. So my question would be, how can we do something different, basically? And from what we did in terms of, again, outreach around tick-borne disease or a tick identification workshop, we've seen that it was always, you know, sort of my age and elderly, right? From my age to up. So rarely we would see younger people, except the kids, our kids from the researcher kids would be there, right, on site. So meaning that most likely the way we engage sort of, or even communicate through, it was back then in the municipality web page or even social media, it didn't, we didn't reach them, right? So maybe we're not aggressive enough. So is it a good answer for Patrick's question? I don't know, but should we be much more proactive in the way we try to reach out? Maybe, so, yeah.
Good point. I would just like to throw out there that I had co-creators for putting this panel together. And I would like to specifically thank Tamara, Clara, and Lisa, and the panelists, because really this is a co-creation. So I wanted to just invite if any of my other colleagues had questions. And then as I was thinking that, Tamara read my mind and put up her hand. So Tamara.
Oh, thanks, Pamela. And thank you to the panelists. I also thought it was very impressive, and my mind is just running with a lot of different ideas. But this is kind of the flip side of the compassion fatigue, or sorry, the research fatigue feeling of like the same people always volunteering and wearing people out, burnout, that type of thing. And I think one barrier from my perspective is that there is no incentive for researchers to engage patients in the way that we're describing today, because it's costly. It takes a lot of time to be open, to do good communication. In my view, in my observation of being a patient partner, researchers and people who want to engage patients are overstretched already. And so what can the system do, or what can the research, the whole, I don't know if even what level of system, like is it academia or something, what incentive can they offer to researchers to invest in patient engagement and community engagement? I don't know if the panelists have any thoughts about that, because I see that as a major barrier. We have willing patient participants oftentimes, but they sometimes struggle to be involved because of the culture of research. And by that, I mean, like, it's rushed. There's deadlines. It has to happen between 9 a.m., 5 p.m., like that type of thing. So are there systemic sort of ways we can make incentives for patients to be involved from the researcher side too?
I wonder if Janet and Francois really quickly might want to just jump on this, 30 seconds each.
I think your point, sorry, I hope you don't mind my going first, Francois. Oh, okay. I really appreciated your point, Tamara. And I think it behooves us, like those of us who are at universities or within research institutes, if we have the positions where we can think of different metrics, right? Because the metrics that are rewarded in research are very much like rewarding, individual kind of achievement. And yet every time I've done research, it's always a team sport. Like, it's like, it's about the team. There's no I in team, and yet that's not rewarded, that kind of collaboration and that kind of thing. And so I actually think what you bring up is something really important. There's a lot of talk, right? Like, oh, you should do this, or you should put that in your grant, or what have you. But then it fosters sometimes an inauthentic engagement process, which I think is really damaging, right? But I think we do need to find better ways of acknowledging and providing merit to researchers who want to try to do this kind of work. But I really appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Francois, do you have a thought?
No, unfortunately, I don't think I can add more than what Janet just said.
Ariane or Catherine or Sarah, anyone else quickly?
Maybe I can jump in quickly. I just want to say, yeah, it's a true, I understand this issue and I've experienced it myself. And like, as a PhD researcher, it takes like a lot of involvement to engage patient partners. Like, it takes a lot of time, and, I have special scholarships with a budget to do this. But if you don't have the budget, obviously you cannot provide compensation for involvement. And I feel like this is a very important consideration in the context of patient partnership, because I really recognize them as true collaborators, and I think that their work should be compensated accordingly. So these are major issues. So perhaps more financial incentives to do that. I don't really have a solution, but I just want to say, like, it is something that is that takes a lot of time and resources. But on the other hand, I really feel like, at the end, I was saying I see a future regarding participatory research guiding qualitative research, because I really feel like the research results we have are incredibly valuable, and like the project wouldn't have given the same results without the patient partners. So I just feel like it's something that really needs to be done in terms of qualitative research.
I'm going to have to cut it off there. And Ariane, a great point to make, but this is a really important systemic structural issue. I think it's really great that we've surfaced this for this audience at this time, and but it is 3 o'clock. And I would just like, again, on behalf of the whole AGM crew, to thank all the panelists for their efforts in putting this together, and also thank my co-collaborators on PCAC, and thank Veronica always for being there behind the scenes to help us be accountable and on time and on target. Over to you, Veronica.
Thank you so much, Pamela. And thank you again, panel and Pamela, for today's presentation. It was lightning, engaging as always. We are moving on now to the student trainee presentations for this afternoon. Our moderators for this afternoon's presentations are Natasha Bowser and Dr. Katie Clow. So I'm going to pass it over to Natasha and Dr. Clow to lead the speed oral presentations this afternoon.
All right, thanks, Veronica. That was a really great panel discussion. Thank you, everyone.
All right. So hello, everyone, again. If you weren't here this morning, we have speed presentations, 5-minute speed presentations from trainees. So we had an excellent collection of presentations this morning, and this afternoon, we again have another exciting, this time 7 trainees that are presenting their research. So they'll be presenting their current stage of research. So you may see protocols, preliminary results, or final results. So again, there is a prize for one presentation, and we're asking you to vote for trainees who you feel deserve the prize. So just like this morning, we'll give you a survey link. It'll be open until 3:45, so you have an hour to complete it. If you didn't have time this morning, you know, it's super quick. You just go in, read the instructions, and click on your presenter. So it takes a grand total of, I don't know, 10 seconds. So if you can spare that and help us select the presenter, that would be great. So again, we're going to leave the questions until the end. We have a tight schedule. As a reminder for presenters, 5 minutes, and you'll get a 1-minute warning from Natasha where she'll hold up the 1-minute sign. Without further ado, we're going to move on to our first presenter, who's Stephanie Mikova. So Stephanie is a second-year DVM student at the College of Veterinary Medicine. She completed her Bachelor of Science, majoring in biology and minoring in applied biology at the University of British Columbia. In the summer of 2022, Stephanie completed a summer research project focusing on tick surveillance in Saskatchewan with Dr. Emily Jenkins in the Department of Veterinary Microbiology at WCVM. Her research interests include pathogens of public health importance and the interface between ecological, animal, and human health. And I think I have the wrong document open because I don't seem to have the titles. Just a second.
I can give the title if you like.
That would be excellent.
Okay,
Thank
so
you,
the title of Stephanie's presentation is Ticks and Tick-Borne Disease Surveillance in Saskatchewan. Thanks, Stephanie.
Can I go ahead and share my screen? Okay. So yeah, my name is Stephanie and I'm a second-year DVM student. And I'm just going to take you through tick surveillance in Saskatchewan and results of the pathogen screening that we did. Ticks are blood-feeding arachnids that feed on humans and animals and potentially can transfer pathogens that cause disease. So certain tick species are vectors for different pathogens. The most common tick-borne disease in Canada is Lyme disease caused by Borrelia burgdorferi, and that's transmitted by Ixodes scapularis, or the black-legged tick. So the black-legged tick isn't currently established in Saskatchewan, but we do get reports of this tick every year, probably dropped off from migrating birds. So endemic to Saskatchewan, we do have the Dermacenter species, which includes the dog tick, the winter tick, and the wood tick. And you can't actually tell them apart unless you're in the lab, but they are also potential vectors for disease, but they can't transmit Lyme disease. So in order to make sure that the black-legged tick isn't established here in Saskatchewan, we do conduct surveillance provincially to monitor for this species, given the public health importance. So our surveillance takes two forms, which is active and passive surveillance. So passive surveillance relies on people submitting us ticks, which we identify and track. And this is mainly through eTick, which is an online platform, or our provincial laboratory that sends us ticks, mostly from citizens and doctors for ID. This system really helps us guide where to conduct surveillance and gives us a broader geographical range for sampling. And then active surveillance is when we actually go out and do something called tick dragging, which is essentially sampling a selected environment for ticks. And we collect them, identify them in the lab. And this year, we also included a few off-leash dog parks in our active surveillance, given that these are becoming increasingly popular and the tick burden in these parks hasn't really been characterized before. So with either surveillance program, we can then do screening of different pathogens that these ticks can carry. This summer, we tested our Dermacenter ticks that we collected via active surveillance for the bacteria Rickettsia rickettsii, which causes the disease Rocky Mountain spotted fever. So just on the picture, the pictures on the left, the top is the Ixodes scapularis, the black-legged tick, and that's what could carry Borrelia burgdorferi. And then the bottom is the Dermacenter species that we can only identify to genus level without looking at their spiracles in lab. So here are the results of the surveillance programs for this year so far. These graphs are to show the numbers of ticks we identified via the two surveillance programs. With passive surveillance, we mostly identified Dermacenter species ticks, but we did get about 10 Ixodes scapularis ticks between January and August, as well as a few other species sporadically. When we go out and actually sample via active surveillance, we've only collected Dermacenter species ticks, which are overwhelmingly Dermacenter variabilis, but a few Dermacenter andersoni as well. And this supports the idea that Ixodes scapularis is not established here in Saskatchewan. So this is the results of the active surveillance of different sites in Saskatoon specifically. So there's 2 off-leash dog parks, 2 conservancies, and 1 farm site that we sampled. We found that the dog parks had much lower abundance of ticks compared to the non-dog parks sampled. And we propose that this was one, either because dogs are often on tick control products, which kill ticks, or 2, people find ticks on their dog, or later when they leave the park and they remove that tick and kill it. Or 3, the fact that heavy human and dog presence drives away wildlife like rodents and rabbits that nymph and larval ticks feed on during their life cycle. So less of their normal hosts can reduce their fitness at these sites. And this slide here is just the results of our screening for Rickettsia rickettsii and our dermacentered ticks that we collected. In line with previous studies, we didn't find any pathogenic species of Rickettsia, so the ticks were infected with all non-pathogenic rickettsial species. And so in summary, we didn't find evidence of establishment of Ixodes scapularis, which supports the idea that reports are from sporadic introductions via migrating birds. And we found that off-leash dog parks have much lower tick abundance and species diversity compared to untransformed sites, but we will need more data over the years to see if this trend persists. And lastly, in line with other studies, we didn't find any pathogenic Rickettsia infections of ticks in Saskatchewan. And just the acknowledgements, just some of our funders, and thank you so much to Dr. Jenkins and Loki for helping me out with this project.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. That was really interesting. So I will introduce our next presenter, who is Claire Hiscock. There we go, wonderful, I can see you. So Claire is Toronto born and raised in Houston, Texas, and is of Irish settler ancestry. She returned to Toronto where she earned an honors Bachelor of Science and a Master's of Public Health, specializing in Indigenous health from the University of Toronto. She is currently a PhD student at the Rehabilitation Sciences Institute at the University of Toronto. Her doctoral work looks at ticks and tick-borne diseases and their impact in First Nation communities in Southern Ontario, emphasizing how communities can use traditional knowledge to adapt to the changing presence of ticks. She has a passion for community-driven research that has a meaningful impact for the community. And the title of her presentation today is Walking in the Bush with Ticks, Understanding First Nations People's Experiences of Lyme Disease and Ticks Through the Medicine Wheel Framework. Thanks, Claire.
Thanks so much, Natasha, for that introduction. I'm just getting set up here and want to make sure you can see my slides and you can hear me okay. Great. Okay, I will take it away. Thanks again, everybody, for coming to these student presentations. I'm always grateful for the opportunity to share my work. Instead of sharing a slide deck today, I offer this photo of the land, as land and our relationship with land is fundamental to this work. I hope you remember.
Can I interrupt really quickly? I don't see the photo. It says Claire has started screen sharing, but I don't actually see anything.
Okay, I will start again, but let's see if I can fix this. Thanks, Natasha. Sorry, everybody. Let's try again. What a bummer. How's that?
Oh, yes, perfect. We see the photo.
Oh, amazing. Okay, so I'm going to start again. A little bit of repeat content for you all, but that's okay. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Like I was saying, I share this photo of the land instead of a slide deck because land and our relationship with land is fundamental to this work. And I do hope you all remember what the land offers us as we talk. So Lyme disease, like many of us know, is a vector-borne disease caused by the bacterium Borrelia burgdorferi. Black-legged ticks are vectors capable of carrying and transmitting this bacterium. Tick populations are increasing in North America due to climate change and environmental factors, which may increase exposure to tick-borne diseases. Lyme disease has become the most commonly reported vector-borne disease in Canada, increasing in cases from 2009 to 2019 by 17-fold. Of interest in my work are First Nations people's experiences with ticks and Lyme disease. First Nations may be at particular risk for exposure to black-legged ticks and Borrelia burgdorferi because of time spent on the land, engaging with traditional practices such as ceremony, hunting, and harvesting foods and medicines. Additionally, systemic racism in healthcare is a barrier First Nations peoples face when accessing healthcare services, which may further delay the diagnosis and treatment of Lyme disease. My doctoral work will begin to address the gap in research about First Nations peoples' experiences with ticks and Lyme disease. With this in mind, the research question guiding this study is, what are the experiences of First Nations living in Southern Ontario with ticks and tick-borne diseases? The main objective of the project is to gather and share knowledge about ticks and Lyme disease and their impact in First Nations communities in Southern Ontario, including how relations with the self, family, community, and land are affected. Aligned with Indigenous research methods, we will co-develop a sharing plan, knowledge sharing plan, with the community and organizational partners. A guiding value of this work is to do decolonizing research by uplifting traditional knowledge. The work will be conducted in 2 phases, a community engagement and partnership building phase, and a knowledge gathering and sharing phase. The work uses community-based participatory research, which means the work is driven by community, their needs, and their priorities. We first partnered with Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit and Cambium Indigenous Professional Services, who bring an interest in the work and relationships for engagement. After a few calls with the research team, we began conversations with First Nations communities and organizations in the SMDHU area to gauge interest in the work and to begin identifying community priorities. The next step of phase 1 is to host a feast wherein we bring together all interested communities and organizations to share their ideas about where the work will go. Phase 2 will involve gathering knowledge through individual and small group conversations. We will talk about the changing presence of ticks and how this impacts people's day-to-day activities. Following these conversations, we'll meet as a whole group to collectively make meaning of the knowledge gathered, ensure we have a shared understanding, and develop a plan to share our learnings with communities at large. We're currently in the middle of phase 1. We've had several conversations with interested communities and organizations, and we've applied for more funding from federal funding agencies. The research team is organizing the first full team meeting with all communities and organizations. Through our initial conversations, a few concerns and ideas are beginning to emerge. For instance, we're learning that ticks and Lyme disease are of concern to First Nations communities in this region. Relationship to land is a significant part of this concern, as land and relationship to land are intimately connected to the health and well-being of First Nations. Land offers connection to culture and traditional ways of knowing. Connection to land is resistance to colonization, and presence of ticks deters people from spending time on the land. I expect that traditional knowledge will be used to address and adapt to increasing tick presence. We hope to develop culturally safe and culturally informed tick bite and Lyme disease prevention materials. As well, through group sharing, we hope to create and strengthen a community of folks with shared experiences of ticks and Lyme disease within First Nations of SMDHU, so that knowledge of ticks and adaptation strategies may be shared. Thanks again, Natasha.
Thank you, Claire. That was really great. My timer, under 5 minutes. Great.
Okay. So now we move on to Natasha. She has the dual role of organizing and presenting. Okay, so Natasha is qualified as a veterinarian from the Royal Veterinary College in the UK in 2010 and completed a professional master's in One Health with the University of Edinburgh in 2018. Natasha is currently a third-year PhD student in the Veterinary Sciences Program, Epidemiology option at the University of Montreal. Her research explores how Canadians are adapting to the emergence of tick-borne diseases in Canada with a One Health perspective, and how citizen science can be utilized to assess regional risk of Lyme disease. Natasha has opted out of the competition as she was part of the organizing team for these sessions, so you won't find her name on the survey. And Natasha's presentation is entitled Measuring the Exposure and Adaptation to Ticks and Tick-Borne Diseases in Canadians.
Okay, great. Thank you, Katie. You can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So I'll start. My timer going now. There we go. Okay, so thank you very much for the introduction. The research I'm talking about today focuses on prevention against tick bites. And I think Dr. Eisen very nicely and very comprehensively talked about personal preventive measures which can be used or certainly are widely recommended. In 2014, a pan-Canadian survey looking at attitudes towards ticks and tick-borne disease showed that although more than 90% of respondents had heard of Lyme disease, less than half of those were actually adopting any type of behavior against tick bites when going into wooded areas in endemic regions for Lyme disease. And of course, we expect that tick populations will expand over time, certainly with climate change. And so it is important that people protect themselves. And with that in mind, our overarching kind of research questions that I'll talk about here are firstly, are Canadians adapting to the emergence of tick-borne disease in a positive way? Or secondly, are there negative adverse behaviors or impacts developing? And thirdly, what are the facilitators and barriers to adopting these preventive behaviors? So we used a mixed methods approach. We conducted 22 focus groups in 5 endemic regions across Canada with varying levels of Lyme disease risk. And we asked them about what they do adopt, which behaviors they do implement and which they don't, and why that might be, as well as trying to explore if there are any negative impacts from living in a tick-borne disease endemic region. And then we used those results in part to develop a survey which will be launched very soon. So this will be the second pan-Canadian survey related to ticks, where we can measure the adoption of preventive behaviors. We can compare them directly to 2014 to get a sense of whether there is any adaptation happening or not. And of course, we can measure the outputs from the focus groups, so the facilitators, barriers, and impacts on a more national and representative level. And so we do have some preliminary results from the focus groups. It's very difficult to discuss them in depth in 2 minutes. So I've just selected a few themes that I wanted to talk about. In terms of some of the impacts that are being reported by people living in Lyme disease endemic regions, certainly the interaction with nature seems to be changing for certain people. Some people will just avoid going into wooded areas full stop. They won't even try to protect themselves now because they're so concerned about the risk. This translates to their children as well, not participating in the same activities that they would have done when they were younger. And it makes it less enjoyable for certain individuals to go out and do these things because the presence of ticks is always at the forefront of their mind. Something we hadn't really expected to hear about, but which came up repeatedly, were effects on social dynamics. So people who have ticks even on their property were reporting that friends and family don't necessarily want to come and visit them anymore because they encountered a tick the last time they visited. Even some people were saying they don't want their grandchildren to come and visit or even to move closer to them because they're scared that their grandkids will get bitten by a tick. And then, of course, there are some people who reported no impacts, whether that be because they lived in a region where the risk was very, very low, whether it's because they didn't know anybody who had contracted a tick-borne disease, or whether it's because they truly adapted and have learned to live with the presence of ticks. And then in terms of barriers and facilitators to adopting these behaviors, the model of behavior that we use to organize these findings look at capability, motivation, and opportunity as the kind of core premise of behavior. So I provided a few examples. For example, with capability, you need the kind of psychological capability, the knowledge to adopt these behaviors. And people who had moved from non-endemic to endemic regions were telling me, how surprised they were to find out that there was something they needed to do. They had no idea, and they weren't even sure how they were supposed to have known when they moved there. In terms of motivation related barriers, there were a few, but as you can imagine, the idea of wearing long layers in the middle of summer didn't go down very well with most people, and that's just not acceptable to many people. And then as an example of a facilitator in terms of opportunity and specifically environmental opportunity, the quotation I provided here comes from someone in Manitoba who was saying how easy it is to adopt these behaviors because tick season is just something that everybody talks about in the same way that they talk about blueberries being out. So it's very easy to remember and to adopt certain behaviors. So next steps really will be to measure these findings at the Canadian level, to measure the levels of adaptation, to target public health efforts. And we hope that preventive programs will take these findings into account to really give practical advice to empower individuals. So I'd like to thank my supervisors, my advice committee, collaborators, funding bodies, and in particular, CLIDRN and PCAC. Thanks very much. So I think I'm actually in charge of introducing the next speaker. Is that right, Katie?
Yes, that's what I have.
Wonderful. So, oh yes, perfect. So in that case, I will introduce James Logan. Perfect, I can see you there. So James is a doctoral candidate in epidemiology at the University of Ottawa. With a master's degree in geographic information science, he previously worked with the government and private sectors as a spatial analyst and GIS application developer. His doctoral thesis examines social and environmental effects on Lyme disease risk with a focus on the impact of urban landscape change at the city scale. And the title of his presentation is Landscape Factors of Residential Lyme Disease Risk, a Neighborhood Scale Analysis of Ottawa, Ontario. Thanks, James.
Thank you for the introduction, Natasha, and hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present my research on landscape factors associated with residential Lyme disease risk and analyzing neighborhoods in Ottawa, Ontario. The objectives of this work were twofold. First, to use high-resolution satellite imagery to quantify the environmental factors associated with human Lyme disease risk. And second, to identify the characteristics that are associated with residential Lyme disease risk, using those to model the expected number of residential cases given neighborhood compositions. To evaluate this idea of residential Lyme disease cases, we obtained Lyme disease patient data through Ottawa Public Health, which included the age, sex, episode date, home address, travel history, and suspected exposure locations of each patient for the period between 2017 and 2020, and isolated on the cases where the most likely exposure location matched the patient's home address. And this accounted for roughly 1/5 of all of the cases for the study period within the city of Ottawa. The factors we examined in evaluating the neighborhood composition using the neighborhood boundaries outlined by the Ottawa Neighborhood Study, were median household income as a measure of socioeconomic status generalized to the neighborhood level. And then we acquired 3.7 meter spatial resolution images taken in August 2018 from Planet Labs, used machine learning algorithms to process the data and classify it to the 3.7 meter cell resolution within classes of forest, low vegetation, developed land, bare or tilled earth, and water. And with those classifications, use spatial analyses in Esri's ArcGIS to identify polygons and derive the number of forest patches, forest edge length and density within the neighborhood area, the proportion of forested area within each neighborhood, the forest edge to forest edge or forest area ratio as a measure of the forest shape complexity, the average distance between addresses and the forest edge, as well as the mean forest patch size within each neighborhood. With these measurements, we modeled 5 hypothesized relationships of the forested area structure through their interaction, aimed at identifying effects associated with increased local exposure opportunities and thereby higher Lyme disease risk residentially. 2 of the modeled relationships, numbers 1 and 4 on the chart here, or on the table here, were highly statistically significant, these being between proportion of forested area and the mean forest patch size within neighborhoods, as well as the mean forest patch size and the forest shape complexity represented by the edge area ratio. While a third one, model 5 here, was barely significant, but worth mentioning between the median household income and the forest shape complexity. The interaction in model 4 between forest patch size and the shape complexity is worth pointing out that it amplified the overall effect of on the expected number of cases of the two individual measurements, while in the other 4, the measurements' combined effects were suppressed by the interaction between the two measurements. So as a large forested area got broken up into fragments, we saw more effects that suppressed the overall landscape effect within the neighborhood. To illustrate this with just one example, because we're short on time, I'm going to point to the first model where I modeled residential Lyme disease incidence with the highest, the proportion of forested land and the mean forest patch area. And we see here that the incidence was highest when the proportion of forested area was low, but the average forest patch size was much larger than average. And here in one example of a neighborhood from Ottawa, where the proportion of forested land was 1 standard deviation greater than average, and just over half of a standard deviation increase in the mean forest patch area led to there being, it's difficult to see on the surface here, but about a 5 or just less than 5 value on the incidence rate ratio on the surface. It's also important to highlight that when mean forest patch size remained low, so at the front edge of this cube, or fragmented, larger proportions of forested land showed an association with very slight increases in residential Lyme disease incidence, but they still increased with those smaller forest patch sizes. So in summary, local Lyme disease risk is impacted by changes to fragmentation of the forested land in neighborhood structures. And this is relevant to urban locations undergoing outward expansion, especially where in areas where there's emergence of Ixodes scapularis populations. And this can inform guidelines for new community developments. And it also helps us to highlight the importance of continuing to consider individual and local risks in the lived environment. Thank you very much. And thank you to my supervisor and other advisors in this research.
Thank you, James.
All right. So our next presenter is Jenna Noss. Jenna is a second-year medical student at Dalhousie University. Previously, she completed a Bachelor of Science with honors in biology at Acadia University. Jenna grew up on the South Shore of Nova Scotia, where Lyme disease is very prevalent, making research in Lyme disease a passion of hers. And so this afternoon, Jenna is going to speak on clinical presentations and outcomes of children treated for Lyme arthritis, experience from a large pediatric cohort in Nova Scotia, Canada.
Awesome, thank you. Just want to make sure you can see my screen.
Yes.
Perfect, thanks. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. So I'll be presenting on, as said, the clinical presentation and outcomes of children treated for Lyme arthritis, an experience from a pediatric cohort in Nova Scotia, Canada. Sorry, my slides just aren't moving. Okay, so Lyme arthritis is a late presentation of Lyme disease, which disproportionately affects children and often is the first symptom of Lyme disease for these patients. It can occur weeks to months after the initial tick bite and resemble other forms of childhood arthritis like juvenile arthritis and other joint infections. Most patients with Lyme arthritis don't have the typical and recognizable erythema migrans rash, and many don't recall a tick bite. The typical presentation of Lyme arthritis in pediatric patients is arthritis in large synovial joints, recurrent swelling, and a moderate inflammatory effusion, with the knee being the most commonly involved joint. So most children fully recover with antibiotic treatment, but up to 25% will have continued arthritis, which is termed post-infectious Lyme arthritis, or PILA, and it's recognized as recurrent or chronic arthritis after 3 months of initiating antibiotic treatment, and it's not explained by a persistent infection. There is currently no standard treatment for PILA, but these patients are typically treated with anti-rheumatic therapies, and are at risk for long-term chronic arthritis. So the Pediatric Rheumatology Clinic at the IWK Health has seen a significant rise in the number of patients treated for Lyme arthritis. In 2015, researchers from the clinic published their experience treating 17 children, and since then has seen a 10-fold increase. So our objective was to describe the presentation and clinical course of children with Lyme arthritis seen at the IWK Pediatric Rheumatology Clinic, as it's anticipated that there will be an increasing number of children with Lyme arthritis in other regions of Canada as tick habitats expand. We aim to share this information learned from this study with other healthcare providers across the country and help clinicians counsel future patients regarding the potential outcomes of Lyme arthritis. So for this retrospective chart review, we identified patients who were less than 18 years of age who had Lyme arthritis, who had at least one follow-up visit after initiation of antibiotics from the IWK Pediatric Rheumatology Clinic database. Lyme arthritis was defined as the clinical evidence of arthritis with a history of residence in or visit to a Lyme disease endemic area and a positive two-tiered serologic test. PILA was defined as persistent arthritis 3 months after initiation of antibiotics. So we then collected demographic, clinical presentation, treatment, and outcome data from patient charts and completed statistical analysis. So we found a total of 184 patients identified between 2006 and June of 2022, and 46% of these were in the last 2.5 years. It's important to note that only half of the patients were collected for 2022, and we estimate that these numbers will double. So the median age was 9 years old with a range of 2 to 16. 66% of patients were male, and the top 3 referral sources were family physicians, orthopedic surgeons, and emergency physicians, making up a total of 80% of referrals. Only 25% of children recalled a tick bite, and 7% reported a history of erythema migrans. So one joint was involved in 61% of the cases, 2 to 4 joints in 34%, and 5 or more joints in 4%. And the knee was involved in 93% of patients. So 67% of patients received 1 course of antibiotics, 24% received 2, and 9% received 3. Intravenous cephalotriaxone was used in 31 treatment courses. We found a total of 26 children who developed PILA, and all but 5 had received at least 1 course of ceftriaxone. Of the patients with PILA, 50% were treated with a steroid injection, 46% with a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, 8% with disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drugs, and 1 out of the 26 received a biologic. More than 1 treatment was received in some patients, and of those with PILA, 19 had full resolution, 7 had ongoing evidence of active arthritis at the last follow-up, which was 4% of our entire cohort. So to conclude, there's been a significant increase in the number of children with Lyme arthritis referred to pediatric rheumatology in our center. The outcome for most children is excellent, but almost a third will require more than 1 course of antibiotics due to incomplete response, and just over 10% will require ongoing follow-up for PILA. We hope in the next steps of our study to identify potential predictors for PILA that will help determine the best course of treatment for these patients in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jenna, for your presentation. So I will introduce, we've got Rachel, who's ready and waiting. So there we go. So Dr. Rachel Wombold is a cardiology fellow at Queen's University in Kingston. She completed her medical training at Norwich Medical School in the United Kingdom, followed by her internal medicine training at Queen's University. Her research interests are in Lyme carditis and the effects of sex hormones on cardiovascular electrophysiology. She is a mother of 3 and hopes to complete an additional fellowship in advanced echocardiography. The title for her presentation is Lyme Carditis from A to Z. Thanks very much, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to come on today to just talk about our textbook that will be coming out in the summer of 2023 on the topic of Lyme carditis. Special shout out to my co-editors on this project. So Dr. Nancy Wang, who will be doing her cardiology fellowship at Western next year, as well as Dr. Adrian Baranchuk, who has spearheaded this project and has been a great mentor to me throughout my research career. So much of this will have already been covered in previous talks. As we know, Lyme disease is a multi-system infection which can progress from early localized disease, characterized by the erythema migrans rash and constitutional symptoms, to early disseminated disease, which involves the cardiac and neurological system, and then to late disseminated disease, which can occur months to years after the initial onset of infection. Cardiac involvement is one of the hallmarks of early disseminated disease, with an incidence of 0.3 to 10% of cases. For those with Lyme carditis, 9 out of 10 will present with a high degree atrioventricular block, which is a significant conduction abnormality in the heart. But there are many other presentations of Lyme carditis, specifically in the conduction system of the heart, but also within the heart muscle itself. So early recognition and treatment of Lyme disease with antibiotics is crucial to preventing the dissemination of the disease. This is the table of contents for our textbook. We start with a general overview of Lyme disease, and that's covered in chapters 1 through 4. We then break down several important concepts to do with Lyme carditis. So we speak about the diagnosis and treatment of early disseminated disease, as well as some of the current research on late disseminated Lyme carditis as a possible cause for dilated cardiomyopathy. We are excited to welcome a host of expert contributors from centers across the world, as well as contributing. These individuals are also acting as excellent mentors for some of our younger researchers involved on the project. So I'd just like to take the opportunity to highlight some of the features of the textbook. Fortunately and unfortunately, we work in Kingston, which is an area quite endemic to Lyme disease. So as such, our lab's been very invested in advancing research on Lyme carditis. Some of the key highlights of research coming out of our lab include this study here in 2017, in which our lab published a series of case reports on the topic of Lyme carditis. Initially, we looked at the electrocardiographic or ECG presentation of Lyme carditis, but then later on looked at atypical rashes, as well as symptomatic high degree AV block and the use of temporary permanent pacemakers to help patients get through their initial period of Lyme carditis. In 2018, our lab published a very important score in clinical management of these patients called the SILC score. And as somebody who's very active in clinical practice, we use this quite often to risk stratify patients into low, intermediate, or high risk for whether they may have Lyme carditis when they present to the hospital with these conduction abnormalities. Subsequently to these studies, Dr. Cynthia Young from our lab published 2 papers outlining a systematic approach to the diagnosis and treatment of Lyme carditis. And in her publication with Jack, she outlined a very useful algorithm for us to follow when our patients are admitted with Lyme carditis and high degree AV block. This algorithm has actually been quite groundbreaking, and it ensures that our patients have a very standardized set of care and have the best possible care for managing their Lyme carditis and ensuring safe discharge from hospital. In our most recent series, we've started looking more long-term. So in this study, we looked at long-term outcomes of patients who have been treated from Lyme carditis outwards to 12 months after their initial diagnosis. And we also found that patients who have had pacemakers implanted as part of their initial treatment have been able to have these pacemakers successfully explanted. Finally, our latest paper was on disseminated Lyme disease and dilated cardiomyopathy. This was a systematic review that is highlighted quite heavily in the textbook and will help to promote future research in this area. Our final chapter is looking into the future, where we highlight 3 key areas for future research on Lyme carditis. So 1, looking at the true prevalence of Lyme carditis. Secondly, how we can improve serological detection and diagnosis. And finally, looking at research prospects for late disseminated Lyme carditis and outlining how those studies may evolve. So thank you very much for listening, and please be sure to check out our textbook, Lyme Carditis from A to Z, next summer.
Thank you very much, Rachel.
Thank you.
So we're going to have Liliana Potez next. And could I just ask everyone to check their microphones? I don't know if it's just me, but I'm hearing some background noise intermittently. Thank you.
Do we have Liliana?
Yes.
Great.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Liliana is a trained microbiologist with experience in the analysis, training, and supervision of personnel in the environmental and pharmaceutical field. She is particularly interested in the issues and challenges at the interface between humans, animals, and the environment. This led her to continue her studies by completing a master's in veterinary public health, which involved her participation in the evaluation of the Integrated Animal Health Program of Quebec. Pilot project. Subsequently, she completed a second master's degree in epidemiology at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, working on the development of an integrated One Health intervention strategy to reduce the risk of Lyme disease in the Bromont community area. And so this afternoon, Liliane will talk about the evaluation of the short-term effects and the implementation of a community-based One Health intervention to reduce the risk of Lyme disease in a high-incidence municipality.
Thank you for the introduction. So do you see my screen? Just
yes.
Perfect, thank you. So as said, I'm going to talk about my master's research. So the project was conducted in the municipality of Bromont, located in the region of Estrie in Quebec. This region has the highest Lyme disease incidence in the province. The intervention was implemented in Bromont by the research team from May 2019 to October 2020. It was composed of an environmental and a community component. For the environmental component, it consisted in administration of an oral acaricide treatment to wild small mammals in order to reduce the number of ticks infected with Borrelia. And the community component, which is the component directly linked to my master's, is consisted in a series of outreach and mobilization activities. A group of community researchers was created to review and advise the team in the development of the implementation of community activities. So the study used a feasibility study design, and it focused on the evaluation of short-term effects for the first objective. And for the second objective was the evaluation of factors influencing the implementation of the intervention by 7 quality indicators. Here in this slide, you see the timeline of the intervention. For the community component for the year 2019, 4 activities took place. We have the focus groups, the public conferences, the community members workshops, the tick identification workshop. For the year 2020, several activities were planned, for example, with children in schools, but unfortunately, the pandemic forced us to cancel all activities. So to continue the sensibilization among the community in 2020, informative online content for social media was created. For the environmental component, the treatment for the 2 small rodents took place each year from May to October. And the collection was done 3 times during this period for each year. For data collection, it was done online by online questionnaires, and individual interviews were also done in both years. So Bromont citizens who participated or not in the intervention, they over the study period, they were invited through the municipality newsletter, Facebook page, and the web page of the city. For the evaluation of the effectiveness of the intervention, 98 respondents completed both questionnaires. Among them, 24% did not participate to the intervention, 35% participated in 1 activity, and 39% participated in 2 or more activities. So 4 indexes were created. We have knowledge, risk perception, perceived effectiveness of preventive behaviors, and adoption of preventive behaviors. And the mean scores of the indexes were calculated by category of participation for each year of the intervention, as you can see here in this table. So the results shown that mean scores were slightly higher among participants with high levels of participation for effectiveness perception and adoption of preventive measure indexes. For the evaluation of the implementation, we use mixed methods, and the qualitative component was dominant. We took 37 individuals interviews representing 5 different groups in the community. In this, the second objective, we had 7 indicators were used with a framework called Quality Implementation Tool. So we had a fidelity dose, scope of the intervention, the quality of the application of the intervention, participant response, the originality, and the adaptation. So to finish, for the impact of the study, we can highlight that engaging citizens will help to better prevent Lyme disease among the community. It is important to develop and study new strategies to reach the public at risk. An integrated intervention is a relevant, useful, and original initiative. And the partnership between municipalities and universities for research on the prevention of tick-borne diseases is a must. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Liliana. That was great. So we are running just a few minutes behind schedule. So I don't know, Katie, what you prefer, but I think maybe we could just ask that any questions go into the chat box during the break, unless anyone has any burning questions right now. But I know we are due for a break.
We are okay to do a couple questions. We're going to extend the break 2:55 to 3:10 to allow people time to get away from the computer, grab a beverage, stretch your legs. So if there are any questions, we have a couple minutes to answer them, and then we'll give everybody at least a 15-minute break.
Okay, thanks, Veronica. So if anyone has any questions, you can use the chat or raise your hand. And just a reminder, I will be putting a link for a survey into the chat once the questions are done. We hope that you will help us nominate a trainee to get the award by voting, and it will be open for 1 hour. Not seeing any questions. Okay, great. So shall we wrap up then, Katie?
Oh, Tamara has a question.
Sorry, I put my hand up late there. My question was for Claire, and I'm just wondering, Claire, if you had to go through any special steps for ethics for your project? Oops. Maybe she's gone now.
Claire, are you there? Yeah, maybe she stepped away for a minute.
I'll catch up with her later. Thank you.
Oh, I see there is a question in the chat.
Oh, there's Clara.
Oh.
Hey, sorry, Natasha.
Okay, Tamara had a question. She was asking if you had to go through any particular steps or approvals in order to conduct your research.
Sorry, I was having some internet issues. Can you guys repeat the question?
Sure, Tamara, do you want to repeat your question?
Sure, Claire, I was just wondering if you had to take any special steps or get any special approvals when it comes to ethics for your project.
That's a great question, Tamara. Again, sorry. So I've just moved to Yellowknife, so we're exploring what life is like up here, and that's one of the challenges with the tech. But yeah, with ethics, We will likely need some special approval and process to go through, but I'm not sure what that looks like exactly. It will be determined by the community. So some communities might have their own ethics process and some might not. And we will find that out when folks agree to partner with us in a more formal way.
Thanks, Claire. And then we had a message in the chat. I'm just trying to find it now. Oh, it's for Stephanie from Emily Jenkins. Stephanie, if you are there, why do you think that Dermacentor andersoni has survived at Beaver Creek and very few other places?
I think I'm not sure if it has anything to do with the fact that maybe it because it's a conservancy, it's a bit more protected than other regions in the province, or if there's something in the microhabitat that supports D. andersoni over D. variabilis. But it is interesting, it's only really in that pocket that we found a significant population of D. andersoni. Otherwise, it's been overwhelmingly D. variabilis. So I would, yeah, I guess that's a good question. I would presume it's something with the microhabitat, but I don't fully know.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
I have a question. It's a question for Rachel. I'm curious as to why it's so difficult to estimate the prevalence of Lyme carditis. I have theories thinking about that, but that was one of the sort of future research goals of yours. And so what challenges are associated with determining that prevalence?
I think Rachel might have had to drop off the call to go back to clinical duties. I don't see her in it, but I believe Emily Jenkins also had her hand raised a second ago, maybe for a last wrap-up question. Maybe we can follow up with Rachel for her question behind the scenes.
I think so. And I think Emily might have had a hand up from the chat question, unless it was a second question. So I think we're good to wrap up. I'm going to put the survey link into the chat now for everybody. Please vote.
Okay. Well, thank you, Natasha and Dr. Clow, for moderating our student presentations. Thank you to all our presenters. As Natasha indicated, she's going to put the link in for voting for the afternoon presenters to pick your top presentation. And then later on today, the results will be announced for the morning and afternoon. We are going to take a 15-minute stretch break. So we are modifying our break. We are going to come back. I'm just going to share my screen. We are going to come back, if I can get this to share, at 3:10. So please take a moment to stretch your legs. You're welcome to keep your Zoom camera. You're connected via Zoom. Just turn your camera off and turn your audio off. And we'll be back again at 3:10 to start the pillar and committee updates for this afternoon. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, from our afternoon break. We're going to move on to the pillar and committee updates for this afternoon. I'm going to be your moderator this afternoon. For those of you who haven't had the opportunity to meet me, I'm Veronica Harris-McAllister, and I am the network manager for Clydron. Our first update for this afternoon will come from our executive committee. Please help me welcome Dr. Patrick Layton to the podium. Oh, there he is. Give me 1 second, Patrick. There we go.
Sure, no problem. Thanks, Veronica. I hope everybody had a good body break. Yeah, we're going to kick off our sort of business AGM portion here by just a quick executive overview of some highlights from the year. And then we're going to follow up with specific reports from different pillars and committees for more detail. So I just wanted to highlight some of the activities and successes we've had over the past year since our last virtual AGM. And I think one of the big areas that I'm particularly pleased to be able to report on is what I would call network resiliency. I mean, we've pushed through a number of challenging situations with COVID, but managed to still keep on track with our research goals despite these challenges. And I've really felt a renewed energy and enthusiasm really in all aspects of the network over the past year. And it's great to see that. And it's translating into a lot of great initiatives as well, as we'll see in the next few presentations. I think it's also important to underline this adaptability of our network and being able to respond to challenging realities and the changing situation in terms of tick-borne diseases in Canada that are creating new challenges, but also new opportunities to contribute to Canada's knowledge infrastructure, really, as it pertains to addressing some of these climate change and health-related issues that we're involved in under tick-borne diseases. I think another area of that really needs to be highlighted in terms of activities that were successful this year was around patient engagement. I think we're making great strides towards a stronger and more meaningful patient engagement strategy within the network, and especially in the area of documenting these activities with the GRIP2 framework, and we'll hear about that a little bit later as well. In terms of communication and outreach, we had a really successful Lyme disease awareness event last spring with with 22 speakers on a wide range of topics. It's sort of the complementary activity to this AGM in that we get a broader view of Lyme disease research activities within and beyond the network. And we had a lot of invited speakers from outside the network contributing as well this year. And I think that was really appreciated by the broader community of Lyme patients and researchers within Canada. Finally, an area of activity that's ongoing is what I had mentioned at the start of today's sort of network transformation, establishing and pursuing a broader scope for the network. This has involved visioning activities that have been taking place at various levels within the network, seeking out new grant opportunities for securing ongoing funding beyond the CIHR grant, and sort of revisiting the network scope and goals to look at maybe a broader mandate that involves generating knowledge, promoting networking within the community of researchers and patients, and carrying out knowledge translation in this broader area focused on tick-borne diseases, in addition to Lyme disease and many of the ones that were mentioned by Dr. Eisen this morning. So with that, I think I'll just close on saying that the future is bright for this network, and we'll talk about sort of next steps at the very end of today. But let's turn the focus now to the activities that have been happening in the different pillars and committees throughout the past year.
Thank you so much, Dr. Layton. Our next update this afternoon is going to come from Pillar 2. Our co-chairs for Pillar 2 are Dr. Catherine Bouchard, Dr. Manisha Kulkarni, and Pamela Scott Grace. I will ask that those that are presenting today to turn on their videos so I can add the spotlight feature, and please help me welcome the presenters to the podium.
Thanks very much. I'm going to turn it over to Pamela to do some introductions and introduce our pillar, and then we'll talk about some of our activity updates.
Thanks, Manisha. So just to recap for everyone, Pillar 2, its aim is to assess, track, and predict the changing risk of Lyme disease in Canada. And we have 3 kind of main initiatives under this banner. One of them, of course, is the Sentinel Network. There's also the multi-site longitudinal studies, which builds on the Sentinel Network structure, and then the Risk Reduction Innovation Program. And in order to execute on those 3 areas, we have 4 working groups, which you can see on the slide. We have working groups in surveillance, epidemiology, modeling, and intervention. The leads are named here. I'll just mention them quickly by their first name. Many are on the call today. Katie, Claire, and Camille for surveillance. Manisha and Kate on the epidemiology working group. Nicholas Ogden and Jianhong Wu for modeling. And the lead for intervention finally is Jean-Philippe Rochelot and Catherine Bouchard. And I will turn it over to Catherine and Manisha to get into the details.
Great, thank you, Pamela. So I'll talk first about the surveillance working group and epidemiology working group. I'll hand it over to Catherine for the modeling and intervention working groups.
As many of you know, under the surveillance working group, we have the Canadian Lyme Sentinel Network, which is a pan-Canadian network of active tick surveillance sentinel regions that has been developed across Canada in partnership with many, many different universities and partners in different provinces. To give you some highlights of results from 2022, the number of sentinel regions this year was expanded to 35. With over 200, almost 200 sites. I think this is up from about 120 sites last year, so quite an expansion. In total, just under 900 Ixodes species ticks were collected. The data are still preliminary. The ticks are still coming in to my lab and being sorted and then sent to NML for testing. The next two maps show just some highlights in terms of total numbers of vector ticks, so Ixodes species that can transmit Lyme disease. So we had quite a few from British Columbia this year, as well as some of the prairie provinces. The highest numbers in Eastern Canada were similar to previous years from Southern Quebec and from Eastern Ontario, as well as from Nova Scotia. But significant numbers were collected across different sentinel regions. And as I mentioned, these will be sent to the National Microbiology Lab for testing for not just Borrelia burgdorferi, but for a range of tick-borne pathogens. Also under the surveillance working group is a pilot veterinary sentinel surveillance project conducted through University of Guelph with Dr. Clow and Cyril Acquo, a PhD student. They had recruited 16 clinics across 4 sentinel regions in Ontario to collect ticks from dogs and cats and canine serological test results to really investigate the question, how can veterinary surveillance be integrated into a national sentinel surveillance program? So these results as well are under development. For the epidemiology working group, our overall objective is to identify epidemiological risk factors for human Lyme disease in the Canadian population, looking at 2 different studies that will answer the questions about how does environmental risk relate to the risk of human infection, and what are the individual level risk factors associated with increased risk of human infection in different regions of Canada. We anticipate these results will inform the development, tailoring, and targeting of risk mitigation approaches and interventions to prevent Lyme disease. So as was mentioned in one of the student presentations this morning, our prospective case control study, which was named prospective because it was initially meant to be a 4-year study, and we were going to be looking at different phases over time. With the changes during COVID, it became a 2-year study, but has retained the name. The objectives for this are really to identify and estimate significant determinants of Lyme disease risk and to look at differences in knowledge, attitudes, and practices in different regions and populations. The cases are being recruited from the cohort study under Pillar 3 and the biobank. Controls are being recruited specifically for our study from Kingston and Lunenburg, both in the eMERGE and primary care clinics. Our targets for sample size are listed here for the Lyme disease cases and the frequency matched controls by region, age, and sex. We're looking at measuring different aspects of knowledge, attitudes, and practices, including the uptake of preventive measures, and looking also at exposure to Lyme disease risk areas and residential proximity to Lyme disease risk areas. The recruitment is ongoing. We currently have about 31 cases and 60 controls that are recruited. They are administered a questionnaire to collect information, and this was part of Danny Sorosa's PhD thesis. In terms of the second component for the epidemiology working group, we have the retrospective case control study looking at area level risk factors and residents in environmental risk areas. This was part of Andrea Slatkulescu's PhD project, and she has the paper that has been written up and is in press now, has been accepted for publication in Vector-Borne and Zoonotic Diseases. As was presented in the last AGM, she looked at the increase in human Lyme disease infection that was associated with more rural areas, so less urbanized areas, and areas with higher socioeconomic status, and that residents in environmental risk areas, as determined by her previous ecological niche model, was associated with 1.5 to 3 times higher risk of Lyme disease infection, and that varied by the population size.
So over to Catherine now for the other updates.
Yeah, and I will do it quickly. I saw the notice, Veronica. So for the modeling working group, two objectives of why mathematical models are of use in order to support public health policies and programs, but also to develop hypotheses on environmental determinants of transmission. And on your right side, you can see figures from the first publication that is mentioned down there. It's Olivia Tardy, a postdoc at University of Montreal, and different collaborators for this project. So basically, they created simulation of tick dispersal by birds, but terrestrial also using a model in theoretical landscape with different level of resource aggregation. And from their finding, they did found that that successful control measures to reduce tick-borne disease risk will aim to decrease tick load on their reproduction hosts, but also on the reduction in encounter rates between young ticks and reservoir hosts such as rodents. So next slide about the intervention working group. The three objectives, which haven't changed since the beginning. So I'm gonna slide next to the next slide. And currently there are three projects from this working group. So the first one at University of Ottawa, Katharina Oos, reviewing, assessing available preventive intervention relevant to the Canadian context. Marianne Hubert at University of Montreal is the second project. She will be modeling cost efficacy of various rodent-targeted intervention. And finally, Ariane Dumas, who's doing a postdoc work on how to prioritize rodent-targeted intervention through a multi-criteria decision analysis tool. Go ahead, I think, Manisha.
And so just to list that we do have a number of ongoing trainee projects that are associated with our pillar. And we also had a special initiative this last summer in terms of developing a photo bank for educational purposes for Lyme disease prevention education. So this was organized by Pamela, and we had a photo shoot in Lunenburg. So we've developed a collection of photos that could be used for educational purposes for Clydron members, but also for the general public. And we're looking into a process to grant access to that now. And that's all for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pillar 2. We're going to take a stop to take a couple of questions for the Executive Committee and Pillar 2. We do have members of Pillar 2 that do have to get off the call, so we want to give you an opportunity to ask your questions. If anybody has any questions for Dr. Layton or Pillar 2 members, please add them in the chat box or raise your hand icon at this moment. I'm just looking. Don't be shy. You can go ahead and unmute if you have any direct question. Going once, twice. Okay, Pillar 2, you're off the hook. Thank you so much, Pillar 2, for your presentation. I'm now going to ask our members of Pillar 4 to start making their way to the podium. I will be adding you on as a spotlight in a second. Our co-chairs for Pillar 4 are Dr. Cecile Anissa Shazen, Dr. Rylan Egan, Dr. Janet Parson, and Tamara Ryder. So please help me welcome our presenters, and I will be adding everybody to the spotlight. So Pillar 4, you are up.
Thanks so much. This is going to be a team effort, and so I'm going to be driving the slides, but we're going to be starting in just a minute. I'll have Cecile. I will have you introduce us, and you'll be the first person starting us off. Let me just share the slides, and then just let me know when you want me to move to the next slide. Can you see our slides?
Yes, we can see the slides. We just have to go into presentation mode.
Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay, Cecile, take it away.
Okay, so for pillar 4, working on community engagement and knowledge translation, we have basically 3 working groups if we use the same vocabulary than pillar 4. And so I can start with our working group at the University of Montreal, working on the adaptation of the Canadian population to ticks and Lyme disease to inform the development of preventive interventions. Natasha, you have heard about her project, so I'll be quick about our objective. We can move to the other slide. So for our working group, we have three main objectives. The first one is to identify the buyers and the facilitators to tick bite and Lyme disease preventive behaviors. This is the qualitative study that Natasha spoke about just earlier. So an update on where we are right now. So all the data collection, the focus groups are now completed, and the data analysis is in progress for this objective. The second one is more the quantitative portion of it. So the Pan-Canadian survey on knowledge, attitudes, and practices of the Canadian population towards ticks and Lyme disease. We completed the development of the questionnaire and received ethic approval to conduct it as well. So the data collection for this part is scheduled for now, so November, December this year. And so Natasha briefly presented on what we will do with those data. So several things. The first thing we want to do is to compare how those knowledge, attitude, and practices have evolved over time since the last Pan-Canadian survey in 2014. We also want to know now how are distributed those main barriers and facilitators to preventive behavior adoption in the Canadian population to identify which one are the main that we should address in next interventions. And we also want to test how we could use self-reported tick exposure as an indicator of risk at the Pan-Canadian level. And finally, the third objective for our group is to design and implement a new preventive tool for Canadians. So over the last year, we developed a partnership with Jade Savage at Bishop University. For those who know already, the eTick platform that allows for identification of ticks through the submission of pictures of ticks into a web platform. So what we will develop, what we are in fact developing already, is a tool that will be embedded in the eTick platform, which is called the Tick tool in English, Pratique in French. So basically it's a bilingual tool that will allow for the users to self-assess their knowledge and risk profile. So how they their risk, how they have risky behaviors or preventive behaviors, and then the tool will give them back some more adapted recommendations on how to improve those behaviors. So this is scheduled to be available beginning 2023 to be piloted at the Canadian level and then to be implemented more broadly. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Cecile. Really wonderful work, and always great to hear your updates. So I'm going to go next on behalf of the Toronto group, the Toronto Working Group. And so we're from St. Michael's Hospital and University of Toronto. Our team includes myself, Clara, who you know, Lisa, who you know, and Claire, who just presented some of her PhD research just now. And I should also mention Dahlia Benedict, who's a new member of our team who's been providing support, particularly around with patient and community engagement. So just moving on, just a few updates. We'll keep it brief. As I mentioned during the panel discussion, the Broker Dialogue Project, this is a project to understand stakeholder perspectives on Lyme disease in Canada using the Broker Dialogue method in 2 phases. We're in the middle of phase 1 at the moment, where we're conducting in-depth interviews to lay the groundwork for the filmed interviews in phase 2. We've conducted and completed 20 interviews with patients and family member participants at the moment. We have another 10 more participants that we're seeking, including further patients, as well as other stakeholder groups, so clinicians, researchers, policymakers. Those are still, we're still actively recruiting. We're planning to start the filmed interviews, the filmed interactive interviews, and the sort of actual broker dialogue piece of it, beginning in January, February of 2023, we anticipate. We've also are just beginning analysis on those first 20 interviews. In addition, you know, as the objective for the broker dialogue is to promote respectful dialogue and also to help highlight and foreground patient perspectives within that particular project, but also related to patient and community engagement is that one of our roles in the Toronto team is to support network patient and community engagement activities, and we work very closely with the PCAC and the Developing Community Advisory Committee, and you're going to hear from both Claire and Tamara, from the, who are co-chairs of the PCAC, as well as from Lisa shortly about some of the community engagement activities that have been underway. You also have already heard from Claire about her exciting PhD work, which is about engaging First Nations communities in Ontario. She's building relationships, as she mentioned, with Simcoe-Muskoka District Health Unit here in Ontario and with other First Nations communities. She's in the process of completing a scoping review focused on Indigenous experiences of Lyme disease, and she's also working on her proposal development, as she mentioned. Now I'm going to hand it over to Rylan to take it away. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Okay, I'll keep it super brief. I see we have 1 minute left. Here's our group that have been working on different aspects, and you've heard from Maddie today. So we'll just go to the next slide. We had 2 main objectives. The first one is getting close to completion. It included a gray and scoping reviews on perspectives, attitude, knowledge, practices of practitioners with regards to Lyme disease diagnosis and treatment, and also what training they've received. And we've looked at that again across the gray literature as well as the published. And then we've conducted over 30 interviews with healthcare practitioners, mostly primary care practitioners, but a few that are dealing directly with Lyme disease but aren't primary care, to again get a firsthand understanding of the diversity and approaches to diagnosis and treatment of Lyme disease. And Maddie presented a lot of that. We also are leading the KT Knowledge Translation Portal. And I believe, although I missed it because I was overseas, that there is a working group that's going to be established to look at how we want to develop that and what the objectives at the network level are for this sort of key piece. So stay tuned for that. We should be coming soon. And I'll leave it there.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Pillar 4. Our next update this afternoon is going to be coming from our Patient and Community Advisory Committee, or PCAC for short. Our co-chairs for PCAC are Dr. Claire Jando-Prats and Tamara Ryder. Please help me welcome our presenters to the podium.
Thank you, Veronica. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I've been having like several issues with the computer. So Tamara and myself will be presenting today this super brief update. As you see in the slide, the co-chairs are both Tamara and myself. And I want to highlight this picture because I think that we don't stop feeling or want to share this feeling of wonder of the work that the PCAC has been doing and how much has it been growing during the past years. So in a summary, the PCAC now, we have 46 members. The 46 members are engaged and involved in different capacities and different roles. So we have 11 of these members engaged and active decision-making roles in different positions in the network that you've known most of them today across different presentations and panels. 31 of these members are engaged in a consultation role. And then we, as part of the PCAC, we have 4 social scientists, 3 of us, part of the Ontario Sport Support Network, and 1 with a focus on Indigenous health and link with the Indigenous communities. So the actions and the work that we've been doing during the past year has been focused on strengthening what we've already started building years ago, and also expanding and making it stronger and more innovative. So one of the main things have been engaging with patients, but not only, the goal was not only to increase the number of patients that are part of the PCAC and that engage with the network, but also with a strong focus on diversifying the range of experiences and focusing on strengthening the equity, diversity, and inclusion approaches of the PCAC and expanding it to the network. And this means that we are focusing a lot on our work and on connecting with people in different geographical locations across Canada, different genders, different age ranges, different levels of education, different language, and other social factors. And also engaging everyone in the capacity that everyone feels comfortable, and also trying to decrease the burden of working in a research network like as big and as that creates as much work as ours. We've had also a very strong focus on communication and connections between the PCAC members and the pillars and the committees. So far, we have, as I mentioned, like PCAC members, they're decision makers, they're informants, advisors, and everyone is part of the team. And we've been trying to reinforce that connection. I'll pass it to Tamara if you want to comment on the orientation process that we've been conducting during the past 12 months.
Yes, thank you very much, Clara, and thanks everyone. Yes, I just wanted to just give us a couple of examples of our orientation, and just mention that 2 or 3 times a year we are able to hold a Zoom orientation where people who are interested in the network can come and hear a bit more about it. The main objective, I guess, of doing this work, this orientation session, is to just explain a little bit about what people can expect if they join the network.
When we are able to tell people about it, we can really explain that the reason to be involved in the network is collaboration. So many people come maybe from a patient advocacy world, and that can be frustrating to engage with Clydron, because we're here to collaborate with researchers, and sometimes advocating for, say, access to proper diagnosis and treatment. The network is not really set up to help people do that. So the purpose of the orientation is to get people excited about Lyme disease research and really be clear about what you can expect if you become involved. And that was one of the things you heard Sarah mention earlier, the importance of being open and honest about what can happen. And that's all I wanted to say about orientation. Clara, should we go on to the next?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to highlight a few activities that have taken a lot of effort and work from the PCAC and their members. One is finalizing the research priority setting process that we've done with and for Pillar 1. So as you'll hear in a few minutes, 5 members of the PCAC, so 5 patients, have been co-developing with the Pillar 1 scientists and the consultant John Queenan, and one of the research proposals that will be being implemented next year. So this comes for the priority, well, from the process that we started 2 years ago, and that consisted in identifying, the PCAC identified the research priorities, sorted the research priorities, and adapted or from the top 3 research priorities that were translated into research questions. The research questions were modified in order that they were feasible, and they adapted to the resources and the timelines and that we have with Clydron. From that, the group co-developed the draft research protocol. That draft research protocol went under a consensus project with the PCAG and led also by the PCAG. And after those objectives reached a consensus, there was the development of the definitive proposal and the consensus approval that just took place 10 days ago. And we're still voting on the consensus that we're closing this week. So this has been a long process, and one of the I would say, main successes of the work. Another pillar and main point of work of PCAG, it has been to develop the structure to help increase the engagement capacity of the network. That's something that was started at the very beginning, and it has been ramping up. And this has consisted on two main activities. One, as I mentioned, the representations from the PCAG members with different roles across all the pillars and committees in the network. And the second one, strategy to strengthen the capacity engagement of Clyderine, is to develop and implement the strategy for the use of the GRIP2 short-form reporting guideline across all the network studies. So this strategy involves providing training and support for the research team to adopt this reporting guideline and work towards fulfilling the requirements of this guideline before the study is completed. And I'll pass it to Tamara, but before that, and just that we have also been supporting and expanding the community engagement process. Tamara, you want to add something about the GRIP? I know we're going to go a few seconds over, but it's fine.
No, thanks, Clara. One sentence on the GRIP2 framework, just for people who are new to the network. The reason for adopting this international way of reporting patient engagement and community engagement in research is so that it'll add some rigor to this activity. So we need to be able to show objectively the nature of our patient engagement and the extent of it. So patient engagement could be simple as informing patients of what's happening, all the way up to empowering them to make decisions about research. And the GRIP2 checklist for researchers is a way for researchers to capture that so that it could be evaluated down the road. That's all I wanted to say about why we think it's so important. Thank you.
And then the focus for next year is that that's the way to go. So we are really happy and proud of how all the members of the network are working towards creating change. Thank you.
Thank you, PCAG, for your presentation and update. Our next update is going to come from our Community Advisory Committee. Our chair for this committee is Dr. Lisa Diaz. So please help me welcome Dr. Diaz to the podium.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen here. And I've mentioned to Veronica that this will be, I'm going to try to be very concise in this presentation. So can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes, you're in presentation mode. We can see your shows.
Okay, let's see here. All right, is that better?
Yes, that's better. You're good to go.
Thank you, Veronica. So in terms of community engagement, just our goals for community engagement are really to one, increase awareness of our research network across a broad range of stakeholders. You know, another goal really is to also connect with people and to build relationships with a variety of stakeholders who have an interest in Lyme disease, as well as tick bite prevention. And another goal of ours is really, in doing this community engagement work, is really to establish a community advisory committee. So those are sort of overarching goals of the work we do in terms of community engagement. And next slide. So this past year, a lot of our community engagement efforts have involved outreach work, and this is ongoing work. Some of our outreach activities have involved a community member orientation session that was held in June of this year. So that orientation is very similar to the kind of orientation session that Tamara and Clara talked about in terms of orienting patients to the network. Through our community engagement efforts, we've engaged various, a small number, but various kinds of stakeholders, such as students involved in health sciences. So they're studying health sciences or medical sciences. Also leaders of networks, such as networks involved in a cottage association. So when we're engaging those members, we want to ensure that they are aware of the various work that is undertaken within our research network, so that they can better understand ways that they can be involved. The orientation session is also an opportunity for us to understand how others would like to be involved with the network, or what others would like from the network, whether that's just, having information disseminated to them, or whether they want to take a more active role in informing research activities within the network. Other outreach activities have involved a network awareness event. So August of this year, we had the pleasure of working with the Discovery Center in Halifax, Nova Scotia, where the Discovery Center hosted the Traveling Tick exhibit for 2 weeks in the summer months. And they invited us to be present. They invited the network to be present at this exhibit and to share information about our research network. So we had an opportunity there to engage with community members face-to-face in person, which was a real nice treat given much of the past 2 years happening sort of virtually and online. And then outreach activities have also included just member-supported outreach. So members within our network reaching out to others in the community, other stakeholders in the community that they may think have, they may see as having sort of a stake or interest in Lyme disease or tick prevention, and then ongoing email outreach. So who are we reaching out to? We reach out to individuals who express interest in the network, and that's primarily done through our website. We have a section on our website where anyone who's interested in learning more, anyone from the public who's interested in learning more about the network can complete a survey. And that helps us identify individuals who may be interested. And then also outreach. We've identified in the past through mapping exercises, stakeholders that we'd like to engage, and we continue to do outreach based on the findings from that stakeholder mapping. So that largely involves reaching out to provincial and national organizations and groups. And some examples of those include horticultural associations, conservation park areas, nature schools, and youth education programs. So that's the update for community engagement, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We'll just take a moment, Lisa. We're going to have Pillar 3 present an update, and then we'll open it, take a pause and open it up for questions from Pillar 4, PCAC, as well as your committee, as well as Pillar 3. Okay. So I'm going to, thanks for our next update. Thank you. Our next update will come from Pillar 3. Our co-chairs for Pillar 3 are Twyla Bird-Gason, Dr. Rob Bryson, Dr. Mark Loeb, Dr. Beata Sander, Dr. Elizabeth Stringer, and Terry Wainwright. And we are going to have a couple of our co-chairs present now an update from Pillar 3.
I think I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Stringer and I will primarily be providing some updates on the recruitment of emergency department patients for our clinical studies. Our role is being to recruit participants to these studies after they've been developed by some of the other Lyme Network clinical researchers. In Kingston, we've been primarily recruiting from our urgent care facility of our health sciences emergency department. And we've been recruiting to 3 main studies. First is a 2-year cohort study led by Dr. Mark Loeb from McMaster. And it will assess the occurrence of and risk factors for longer-term effects of Lyme disease. These participants will have the progression of their illness, particularly related to neurocognitive function, followed over 2 years. And they'll also be contributing to baseline and convalescent blood for our second study, which is a biobank study. The biobank study is led by Dr. Samir Patel and some others, and it collects blood at baseline and primarily at 1 month, paired with a collection of some basic demographic and risk factor data. And the third is an observational case control study that includes participants from the first 2 studies mentioned and a series of control participants that we identified. And Danny and Manisha have briefly introduced this study earlier today. At present, we've recruited a total of 68 patients into our studies, quite equally split between the cohort and the biobank studies. And about a third have agreed to participate in both of these studies. We've lost 17 participants who did not continue with our studies, and again split fairly equally between the 2 studies. So now we've got about 51 participants on whom we have ongoing follow-up. For these people, we have baseline and 30-day convalescent blood for the biobank study on all 51. And we have more biobank blood on the longer-term convalescent blood in those who stayed in the cohort study. And these samples will be available for those researchers with projects that we have been recruiting for. And we expect that there will also be some surplus samples that will be available to other researchers within and external to the network. And information on the inventory of surplus samples should be available fairly early in the new year. For those of you who might have an interest in such samples, we have plasma, heparinized plasma, serum, urine, and plasma for PCR, most in 500 microliter aliquots. And we also have some samples with measured PBMC counts in 250 microliter aliquots. One fun thing that we've done, we have 5 positive cultures for Borrelia. And my understanding from our lab-based colleagues is that this is quite an accomplishment. I'm told this is the first time in Canada that Borrelia has been cultured from a human host. 3 of those positives came from blood samples and 2 positives came from biopsy samples. And other than that, we as yet don't have any results to present to you. The data will be handed over to the primary researchers for these studies once it's fully collated, and hopefully that will be ready for next year. We did have expectations of a bit higher level of recruitment. Our recruitment has been hampered by COVID last year, particularly last year, and then by an overwhelmed emergency health services in this past year. The success that we have had, I think, can be attributed to Nicole Jordis and Tammy Gilpin, who coordinated our research and lab staff in Kingston. We're going to investigate the potential for ongoing recruitment in Kingston region in the next spring and summer season, but there will be certainly recruitment of additional participants from Nova Scotia next year. And I'll now turn things over to Dr. Stringer for an update on plans for recruitment at the Lunenburg site next year.
Great, thanks, Rob, and hello, everybody. We are a little bit behind the Kingston team, and it has taken a tremendous amount of work actually to set up the Nova Scotia arm for these studies. And I really have to thank our small but mighty team of Molly Priest in Halifax and Jamie Mader and Sophie Power, who are situated in our research office at Fisherman Memorial Hospital. We've also had a tremendous amount of support from local administration at the hospital, as well as regional labs and a lot of people. And it really has taken a village, I think, to get this study up and running, given that Fisherman Memorial Hospital is a rural hospital, which has never actually participated in any research before. So we were a little bit behind in getting things up and running, and then of course faced similar hurdles with COVID. But the good news is that we have finally opened up all 3 studies within the last month or so. The bad news is that we've missed a lot of patients who would have had Lyme disease, but we still have another year of funding to recruit. So we're very excited about that. In the last month, we've actually done really well with recruiting controls for the different studies. So we've recruited 33 participants, 22 for the case control study, 6 for the biobank, and 5 for the cohort study. Some of these are booked for next week and the week after. But the advantage of this is that hopefully we will iron out any bugs or issues that we'll have for next spring when we will be ready to recruit patients. And perhaps particularly for the biobank and cohort studies, we may have actually already reached our complement if we can keep recruiting through the winter. We will put the prospective case control study controls on hold so that we can match them with actual participants next year. And I think it's been really interesting, just the difference between the different centers and the context of how we're recruiting these individuals. So I think because Lunenburg is a much smaller community, we've actually had people kind of knocking on our door to be involved in these research studies. So that's been really fantastic. So we're really excited for next year and hope that we can add participants and data and biological samples to to what Rob has already done in Kingston. And I'll just, I guess, stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Bryson and Dr. Stringer, for your update. We're going to take a moment now and open the questions to our audience. You can enter your questions in the chat box, or you can raise your hand icon. We are addressing questions for our last four updates, which are Pillar 4, the Patient and Community Advisory Committee, our Community Advisory Committee, and Pillar 3. Checking the chat box. Don't see questions, no hand icons. Don't be shy. They're ready to answer your questions. Okay, going once, going twice. Thank you to our presenters for Pillar 3, for Pillar 4, PCAC, as well as the Community Advisory Committee. We are now going to move on to our last set of updates. Pillar 1 will be presenting the Trainee Advancement Committee and the Project Grants Committee. Our next update comes from Pillar 1. This afternoon, our co-chairs for Pillar 1 are Twyla Bird-Gason, Dr. Tara Moriarty, Dr. Mohammed Morshed, and Terry Wainwright. And at this time, I'd like to welcome our presenters to the podium, and I will start to activate the spotlights for those that are presenting. If you are presenting, if you could turn your camera on, that would be great. Twyla, are you able to activate your camera?
There we are.
Perfect. I will activate. Add the spotlight. Okay, we can see your presentations. There we go. Perfect. We can see you now. You're good to go.
Okay, let me just move myself over there. Okay, I'll try to be as brief as possible. For those who don't know, Pillar 1 is the pillar that's responsible for investing in research projects that will do research on diagnostics and on Lyme disease. So I'm just going to start in there about where we were a year ago and go through the process that we've been involved in. Our goal this year was to arrive at a consensus around a research priority, a research objective, and a proposal that would be ready to go for consensus and approval with PCAC and move on to an REB submission by the end of this year. So where we were a year ago, as you all know, we were really shut down with the global pandemic. All our scientists were seconded to their retrospective provincial public health agency priorities. We had problems with our siloed and constraining Clyburn structures. Clinical populations and data were restricted to Pillar 4, non-serological biomedical samples were restricted to Pillar 3, and our funding for Pillar 1, investigating diagnostics, was limited to $200,000. Our patient partners came with very high expectations. We felt there was a need to recognize that the prevailing theory of Lyme disease diagnostics, upon which all Lyme disease testings and healthcare is grounded, is very much flawed and unsustainable. And our expectation was that there would be critical interrogation of its premises and assumptions. Patient partners expect that they would have direct involvement in the achievement of the main goal of Pillar 1, which is to fund these projects to evaluate novel diagnostic platforms and methods with, of course, the vision to have meaningful improvement in diagnostic testing for Lyme disease in Canada. And thirdly, our goal was to ensure that there was compliance with the principles of patient-oriented research. And what we're doing, sorry, I don't know why it keeps moving there. There we go. As a result, there was increased pressure and urgency to arrive at a doable scope. When you have constraints in your resources and time, you're going to constrain the scope of your project. So this led to a big disconnect between the project expediency and the principles of patient-oriented research. There was a great focus on taking advantage of, what can be done, what was the low-hanging fruit that we could grasp onto. So an initial retrospective research proposal was presented, which sought to validate a modified version of the standard two-tiered Lyme disease testing protocol. And that was summarily rejected by the patient partners. So given these constraints and given these challenges, patient partners who came up with big expectations really had to think through how they were going to work through a process with one another, the consultant that was brought on and the principal investigators. So we devised a framework of questions for discussion and exploration over many months of Zoom meetings and emails. The process was pretty messy, heated at times, and very iterative and not quite straightforward. But we started with the key question, what ought to be done? Rather than thinking about what's the low-hanging fruit, what should be done? And so following the principles of patient-oriented research, we felt this was a very important step to begin with for the project team to map out how proposed research objectives would address the needs of the community, of the Lyme disease community, best impact Lyme disease healthcare policy and practice, recognize patient experience-based evidence, and be contemporaneous with the clinical context. And I have a very sensitive, sorry. So after many weeks of discussion and consultation, we came up with a vision where we expected an ideal project scope would interrogate the premises of the standard two-tiered testing protocol, would use biobank and whole blood sampling and associated clinical cohort data, and evaluate novel diagnostic platforms and products. But as we all know, in the real world, you just don't have access to all the resources to be able to do the ideal scope. So we had to work through what is not possible to be done. So limitations on time due to the pandemic and resources such as access to the biobank and whole blood samples meant that non-serological investigations were not possible. Acquisition of comprehensive clinical data, for example, through patient interviews or surveys, not possible, it was quite restricted. We couldn't get into novel test development or new test technologies, and we were restricted to Lyme disease diagnostic testing products currently approved in Canada. So then what possibly can be done? We asked the question, if you can't do it, if not, why not? And what are the possible alternatives so we can meet our key objectives that were important to patient partners. Team members always endeavored to present out-of-the-box thinking. We researched and offered suggestions with regards to other Lyme disease diagnostic testing products and methods. Patient partners advocated very hard for the inclusion of clinical diagnoses, disease progression, and patient narrative as the reference point for biomedical comparisons on multiple Lyme disease diagnostic products and methods. In these discussions, I think our primary investigators, principal investigators rather, saw that there was a possibility to move from a retrospective approach to a more prospective approach. And finally, with the consultant, the principal investigators were able to negotiate resource integration, which enhanced lab procedures, project management, and clinical data collection in the study design. So by going through these 3 question exercises, we found that we could arrive at a research proposal that could feasibly or possibly be done. And here we are, here's the trailer for the proposal that we've arrived at towards improved Lyme disease testing in Canada beyond standard 2-tier testing and B. burgdorferi, a pilot project. So it was work done by the patient family advisors, myself, Nancy Garvey, Terry Wainwright, and I'm going to include Carrie Beasley and Carol Fairbrother here as well, who did incredible contributions to the process. Our scientists, Tara Moriarty, Mohammed Morshed, and Samir Patel, clinical social scientist, Clara Wando-Prats, and our clinical epidemiologist and consultant, John Queenan. And thank you to John for these 2 slides. So the first objective of this proposal is that we will be comparing standard 2-tier testing with a modified 2-tier testing, and I will leave it to the scientists if they're on board to explain the difference between those 2. But in essence, all participating patients will be submitted for Lyme disease testing using both of these protocols. And we will at the same time gain permission to access available medical information on the study participants, mainly to prepare as clinical diagnosis as a reference standard that was hugely important to patient partners, and report the demographic and clinical experiences of participants. Second objective, and again, thank you to our patient partners for really pushing for this. We've also included additional testing so we can examine not only B. burgdorferi, but also other Lyme disease strains and European strains that may be prevalent in the populations that we're testing, and that can inform how the degree of accuracy, specificity, and I lost the word. Well, to increase the accuracy of the current model of testing. Now, I can't tell you what these 4 tests are that we are added to the system, but they will be improving how we understand other species that are coming on board in Lyme disease in Canada. And finally, the proposal will address patient engagement. So we will be using the GRIP2 short form checklists to track engagement, activities, detailed notes, regular reflection, and critical perspectives. So just to sum up, our scaffold of questions really helped our team in our current, to arrive at our current research objectives and consensus with respect to this proposal. We've recently, as Clara pointed out, we submitted it to the Patient and Community Advisory Committee and waiting their response with respect to approval. We feel that it interrogates the Lyme disease diagnostic status quo. It meets minimal standards of connection to the clinical context and provides a direction of improvement in Lyme disease diagnostics and change in clinical practice and policy guidelines. One of the things that it does have a few limitations, that it really won't provide much benefit, direct benefit to people who are suffering post-treatment Lyme disease syndrome or chronic Lyme. It targets the acute or early disseminated patients. But we will be able to inform 2 provincial labs to what extent the number of patients tested who received equivocal results would have tested positive at an earlier time point. We will also be able to determine if any of the patients would have tested positive for European strains if they had been offered broader-based Lyme testing first. And we will be able to generate hypotheses for future study. So if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Twyla, so much for your presentation. We're going to get our last 2 updates done, and then if you can stay on the call, we'll loop back for questions for the last 3 updates. So we're moving on to our Trainee Advancement Committee. Our co-chairs for this committee are Natasha Bowser and Dr. Katie Clow. So please help me welcome to the podium as I get their spotlights activated.
Good afternoon, everyone. Natasha and I have a fairly quick update, so we don't have any slides. If you recall, last year at the AGM, we'd kind of come talking about the trainee, previously called the Trainee Advisory Committee, about how engagement and sort of building participation was a struggle, and we needed to determine if there was a need for a Trainee Advisory Committee and what that was. And so from a really good discussion last year at the AGM, we kind of wanted to relaunch the Training Advisory Committee. We renamed it to the Training Advancement Committee, so trainees would kind of know that it's for them and their learning. And then in early 2022, we conducted a survey of current members to determine their goals and needs. So looking at when they'd be available, what they thought the purpose of the TAC was, what types of activities and events they would like to see. And we also included a fun networking session where everyone who was part of the network could really just get to know each other. And then from there, we hosted another one technical webinar on sort of dealing with the media and communicating with the media, because certainly there's a lot of media attention that comes with Lyme disease, and sort of having a skill set as a trainee to be able to engage effectively is important. And then another networking session in the spring to continue to sort of build those relationships among trainees. Then we were able to include a fair number of trainee presentations in Lyme Disease Awareness Month. And now today at the AGM, you had the opportunity to see 13 different trainee presentations, which was great to showcase some of the work that's happening in the network. We hosted a planning session this year in September for our 2022-2023 academic year, which included putting out another short survey for current members and new members. And then so far, we've had one technical webinar to date, which was actually rescheduled from last year that had to be canceled. And then I'm going to hand it over to Natasha, who's going to talk about our future plans for this year.
Thanks, Katie. So the future plans aren't finalized yet. We have another technical webinar planned with Dr. Morshed in December. And then in the new year for winter, we have a few ideas of webinars that we would like to give based on what trainees had responded in the surveys and in person at the webinars. We would ideally like to have some type of webinar based on host sampling methods. That was something that was requested. And also another, I wouldn't really call it webinar, but some type of education really on patient perspectives. A few people commented that that would be quite useful to understand some of the context behind Lyme disease and tick-borne disease as well. So we have a few ideas moving forward, and we'll try and integrate 1 or 2 more networking events as well.
And I guess before we wrap up today, I a note to anyone here, if you have a trainee that you don't think is part of the network or part of our committee, please feel free to contact myself and I can add them to our little trainee listserv. If you are a trainee and you don't think you're a part of it, similarly, you can contact me. I'll put my email in the chat. And then as a reminder, if anyone who's part of the network, if you have a login to the CLIDERN website and you go onto the trainee committee, all of our webinars are recorded there. And so if there's a topic of interest that you want to do, we're getting quite a good collection now because it's been up there since 2019 or 2020. So please feel free to access those resources.
Thank you, Dr. Clow and Natasha, for your update from the Training Advancement Committee. We're going to move on to our final update for this afternoon, which comes from our Project Grants Committee. Our co-chairs for the Project Grants Committee are Dr. Rob Colati, Dr. Clara Jando-Prats, Dr. Martin Bordeaux, and Terry Wainwright. So please help me welcome the Project Grants Committee to the podium for their update.
Thanks, Veronica, and thank you, everyone. So as you see, we have a new name. We have a new name, a new vision, and a new mandate. As Veronica mentioned, and Terry, Martin, and Rob, and myself, we co-chair the Project Grants Committee. And as members, I'm going to mention them by the first name. We have Maria, Laura, Sarah, Alexandra, Jian Hong, Veronica, and Patrick. And we met once in this new Project Grants Committee, and we're aiming to meet quarterly, so 4 times per year. As I said, we have a new vision and a new mandate, and this vision and this mandate is being born from the experience of these past years. So we want, or this committee wants to help to translate the priorities that are identified from our patients and family caregivers and the community stakeholders, basically the PCAG members and the CAC members, and engage them in a collaboration process so we can write fundable research grants. The idea is to develop funding strategies and partnerships to ensure the sustainability of the network, either CLIDERing or new name or whatever we envision, but we want to go beyond the original grant period that has been funded by CIHR and that is ending relatively soon. So we want to make this group sustainable and the work of this group sustainable and keep it alive in the future. For that, we will leverage the expertise and the resources that the network already has, and also strengthen these resources to pursue additional granting opportunities and get financial support from a variety of sources that we are working on getting their support. So donor organization, companies, and obviously individuals. So far, the priorities, we're using the priorities that were identified by the PCAG last year through the priority setting process originated and done with Pillar 1. These 5 research gaps were the first one, that we need new and more reliable testing. Second one, that there are misconceptions and an awareness by clinicians that need strategies in order to address this. There are barriers, several types of barriers, structural and knowledge and different ones to diagnosis. There's also issues of lack of research with late stage / chronic / post-treatment Lyme disease, and also the need to focus not only on Lyme disease, but on other tick-borne diseases. So we are focusing on these research gaps, and that has been comes from a meeting that the co-chairs of this committee had with the PCAG during this year. So the work that we've been doing, it's still tiny, but it's going to grow. It's a seed. And so far, activities that have been funded at Queen's University, we have the Edge of Lyme Hackathon. And there are 2 grants submitted that they are in review. One is the New Frontiers Research Fund that covers the gaps that we mentioned 1 to 5, and it's being led by Ryland and by Tim. The other grant submitted is the grant submitted to the Public Health Agency of Canada and for the Infectious Disease and Climate Change Fund that covers gaps 2 to 5 and is led by Patrick. And grants in preparation, the Genome Canada Genomic Applications Partnership Program that covers gaps 1, 3, and 5. And hopefully we can add more grants in preparation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the Project Grants Committee. Dr. Vardo, do you have anything else to add?
No, I don't. I joined this committee fairly recently. I think I wasn't even at the first meeting that we had. So thank you, Clara, for doing a great job. And I don't have anything to add. Hopefully
Perfect. Thank you both. Okay, so we are now at the point where we are going to open it up for Q&A to ask any questions you have for Pillar 1, our Trainee Advancement Committee, and our Project Grants Committee. Feel free to enter your questions in the chat box or simply raise your hand icon or unmute and ask your questions directly. Checking the chat box. Oh, we have a hand raised. Dana, please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you very much. I'm new to this, and it's been a tremendously interesting day. My question relates to is for the Grants Committee. I really appreciated seeing the list that you had there. Is treatment implicit in that list? Or is it just diagnosis?
That's a fantastic question. So the priority setting that we conducted was focused on diagnostics, because that was the primary focus that Pillar 1 and PCAC decided to focus on. So it only focuses on diagnosis. So in order to incorporate the priorities related to treatment and prevention. So our plan that I mentioned is that during the next year, we're gonna run another brainstorming session along with the PCAC and the CAC. And if one of the priorities or one of the areas of interest is that one, then we'll we'll design a priority setting process that is not as long as the one we conducted with Pillar 1. We'll make it shorter, or we will not make it for the end of the grant funding period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Do we have any additional questions from the audience? Don't be shy. Okay.
I had a question for Twyla. I was interested in seeing the different kits being included, the European one. So is that, I'm just curious, is the motivation there because people travel and go to Europe and Asia and get Lyme disease there, which are different species, or was that also motivated by concerns that those species might be present in Canada? Is there any?
I believe all of the above that you mentioned. In our own working group, we had patient partners who had the experience of being infected outside of the country, but was, of course, tested negative with the standard 2-tier testing protocol. So that was incredibly important that whatever project that we moved on would investigate other ways of other testing products that also included other Borrelia strains. And also there is evidence in the research that is indicating that other Borrelia strains are moving into endemic areas in Canada. And we wanted to feel that our project would at least be addressing that concern. So yeah, for those two reasons, we wanted to move beyond or ensure that our project had some direction of moving on beyond the current standard 2-tier test protocol and move on to include other possibilities for diagnosis for Lyme disease.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Twyla. One last opportunity for a question before we move it on to our closing speakers for our AGM today. If you do have a question, feel free to raise your hand icon or unmute and ask your last question for today. Just doing a quick poll check to see. Going once, twice. Thank you very much to our presenters for today for all their updates. As a reminder, we did circulate out earlier our year in review for 2021 to 2022, which gives a lot more in-depth. I know it was a little challenging, given that only having 5 minutes to present all the year in review of everything that's been going on, but you did receive a copy. It was attached to the eVite today, as well as a summary evaluation of our network from our Scientific Advisory Committee. If you did not receive a copy, feel free to reach out to me directly or on the Clydern general email, clydern@gmail.com. We've also posted behind our members portal. If you have access to it, you can also extract the reports. I'm now going to help us wrap up our AGM this afternoon. We thank everyone for staying on the call. Please help me welcome back to our podium Dr. Patrick Layton and Tamara Ryder.
Hi, everyone. Glad you made it to the end of the day. That was one packed day, and I am very impressed with everybody's commitment to staying on schedule. Here we are wrapping up. So I'll just do a very quick subject wrap up, and then I'll hand it over to Tamara to close the meeting. So we heard a lot of interesting stuff today. Some of the things that stuck out to me were in our early presentation, Dr. Eisen, we learned about the approaches and challenges to prevention of tick bites and tick-borne disease, and with some really important and useful insight and lessons from the USA. So I think that will be a very valuable resource for many of us thinking about what direction to take with some of these approaches now and in terms of current research. We also had a very insightful panel discussion on mobilizing patient knowledge and experiences in research, expertly led by Pamela. And I think two of the takeaways from that would be the importance of participatory action research approaches for patient engagement. I think that came out quite strongly, as well as, interestingly, a stronger engagement with municipalities. I think that was another point that came back, that municipality scale is maybe one that we haven't been addressing as effectively, or there's an opportunity there to work at that level. And then finally, we had two amazing trainee presentation sessions with 13 high quality research presentations from trainees associated with the network. And I would like to share with you, drum roll, the winners, information about the winners of our Clydern Cup 2022 Trainee Presentation People's Choice Awards. We had, just to remind you, we had one vote for each of the sessions, and this was based on basically just a popularity vote. So everybody did great presentations, but I am very pleased to congratulate Rebecca Quilty on her presentation, validation of a rapid Lyme disease test in children with Lyme arthritis and non-Lyme musculoskeletal presentation in a Lyme disease endemic region from this morning. And then Claire Hiscock, Walking in the Bush with Ticks, Understanding First Nation People's Experiences of Lyme Disease and Ticks Through the Medicine Wheel Framework. Congratulations to all of our presenters, and thank you for having such a great participation. I think that really enriched today's activities and gives us a really great 360 view on what's happening in the network right now, since the trainees are the heart of moving science forward. Where are we going as a network? Well, the objectives we have for the coming year, among others, are to complete our funded research activities following COVID-19 disruptions. And I think we're on track to doing that. Increasing national, international visibility of the network research activities, building up and evaluating the GRIP2 patient partner engagement strategy across the network, increasing collaboration and partnerships with external organizations. And that's something that now that we are kind of a known entity, we're beginning to do more and more of that. And then the last 2 points are particularly important in the short term. That's going to be to develop and implement mechanisms for long-term network sustainability beyond the like of the CIHR grant. We just heard some strategies there from the funding committee. Sorry, I got the name wrong there. And then finally, expanding the vision and scope of the network to include the full spectrum of tick-borne diseases in Canada. And this goes along with our various activities for adapting the network scope to the new challenges of tick-borne disease more broadly. And before we close, I just wanted to mention, in the coming year, we hope to see you all in the next edition of the virtual Lyme disease awareness event that should be happening in May 2023. And next year, we are going beyond the AGM for the first time to hold a full scientific conference with submitted abstracts and open registration. So look forward to welcoming you at the first tick-borne disease conference in Canada in fall 2023. Details to follow, and hopefully you'll be able to mobilize all your respective networks who might be interested in this event to come participate. With that, I'll turn it over to Tamara to close today.
Thank you, Patrick. The momentum and productivity of this network has been seriously impressive, and I appreciate your comments very much. I'm really glad that we took today to reflect on the year gone by and start planning for the future and hear about each other's challenges, successes, and progress. And speaking of success, I just want to say thank you to the organizers of today's event, Veronica and the whole AGM Planning Committee. Really appreciate all the work that went in behind the scenes, and to the speakers as well. And in the coming days, you'll receive a link to an evaluation form about today's event, and I hope you can take the time to complete it so we can learn for the future events that Patrick mentioned and take the successes forward. So with that, on behalf of the patient and community members of the network, the audience today, the presenters and the researchers, I want to say thank you to the audience and everyone for your thoughtful questions. I look forward to the year ahead, and I will close now the 2022 AGM. Well done, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Layton and Dr. Tamara, and thank you, everybody, for joining the call, and have a great rest of your week.
Take care, everyone.